Testing.
Just a few necessary words. I know whatever. I did like 500 per second.
Okay.
Or if you want malware. No, you can get that. No, you can find malware. You can find malware. Yeah. Oh, You have a day one day.
Usually I hate it over, usually I hate it. Especially if it's good. I don't know what it is. He wouldn't talk. That's what he wouldn't talk. He goes and he has that someday. He goes to drink. You make a bracha say with special excitement. The Rambam of today. Actually, it's good. Time. Guys, make sure that when you say l'chaim, take off your mask. I thought they only had coconuts in the park. Yeah? I'm talking about things that fall off the tree.
Oranges.
Orange. Online. I gotta be careful what I say. Many times the Rebbe would purposely say things. He said, I'm saying on Shabbos, not on the weekdays, but there were things that he didn't want to say. I guess now I got to know. In any case, none of my words are so important. I actually have a memory. In 770, they actually show Farbrengen, full video of Farbrengen from the years that they have video of Farbrengen in the 80s. The last night they showed in 770 Farbrengen of Chof Av Farbrengen, the 21st of Menachem in the year Topshin Mendala, 1984. And I actually have a very special memory from that Farbrengen. Sometimes you remember things by, it's called in Chassidus, by not knowing it. You know that you don't know. That Farbrengen I only remember by not being there. If you understand the book of like of a 770 book, is the Mitzvah Farbrengen is like, you know, sometimes it would always be then I was in Morristown 770, 85 became 770. I was Morristown 770. Oh, this is a Detroit story. So listen to this story. So, you know, Morristown, there would always be this inner debate within a person in the Bachas. Is it better that the Rebbe didn't bring and I didn't miss it, or that the Rebbe bring and I missed it? You know? Yeah. That's why they always complain to those that everyone wants is only to fill up the cookies. You know, unfortunately, yeah. At least it's fortunate, better than having other things, you know. But so what happened is that year in '84, I came on American Shlichus. American Shlichus is a special summer, like these guys, what's his name, Westberg and huh? What's his name again? Brinsbach. So come on a summer program, you go visit places, whatever. Years ago, it would be places that there were no shluchim. Maybe still today also. Sometimes you go to places where it's not possible to hold the whole Chabad house. But years ago, there were places and later became Chabad houses. That's what American Shlichus. That was the title. So that summer, I went to Michigan, for Shem Tov in Detroit. At my place that I went with 2 other guys was Flint and Lansing. Now the shluchim in both places, right? Weingarten and Weingarten. So, but then there was no shluchim there. And in between was
water. Was there water?
Was there water? When? So, as usual, American Shlichus in the summer. So smack in the middle of the American Shlichus, I was there for 3 weeks, was Chof Av. The Chof Av was Shabbos. And I suddenly, I got this bacher excitement. I got to be in 770 for Chof Av Shabbos. You hit the Rebbe davening, Shabbos davening. It's like unique. It's not the same as the regular day. You get a taste of it. I don't know. I decided I got to go to Chof Av Sikran. I was a young hot head bacher. So it's Friday afternoon. I was still I get it. I call up because the plane is arriving to 10 before o'clock. Shabbos in time of the year was 8 quarter to 8, huh? And I ordered a ticket, and I'm rushing to the airport, and it's like I just about barely make the plane, but unfortunately, typical me, a few blocks away from the house, in Detroit, the house, I remind myself that the money, I forgot to bring the money. You're supposed to pay for the ticket to the airport. So I had no choice. I had to go back and get the money. But the time I got back to the airport, I missed the flight. Now listen to this. No one learn from me, please. If I have something good to teach you, learn from me. But not this. I was stubborn, which is usually a good thing. But not in all cases. I decided I'm gone. I don't care. The plane that was supposed to come 4 o'clock, I missed. Let's look for another plane. The only flight I found was Newark Airport, 7 o'clock. Shabbos is quarter to 8. And I'm coming to Newark at 7 o'clock. I can't even believe that. I was so great. And I decided I bought the ticket, and now I'm like in the airport for 2 hours waiting for the plane to leave for a later flight. And I call my brother. Everything, remember, there's no cell phones. Okay, 84. And I call my brother and I asked him to pick me up from the airport at 7 o'clock in the morning. But for some reason, only when I got onto the plane, I said to myself, how stupid is this? He's going to come with a car, 7 o'clock to Newark Airport. Now, what happens if he doesn't find me? There's no cell phones. I'm just going to send you a location. And what happens if he doesn't find me? And like who's staying in the airport, me or him? Like, well, why did I call him? And I also had things with me, no, that was the reason why I actually did want to call him, because I had something with me. I'm not sure. But really, the proper thing to do in such a non-proper thing was to take a taxi and reach. I knew we're not going to make it all the way till Crown Heights. That was obvious. Question is past the bridge and past the tunnel, not past the tunnel. That was the major question. So I could have taken a taxi and could have gone as far as I can and then walk. But what did I do? In fact, when I came off the plane, I was so nervous. Where am I going to reach him? He's in the car. He doesn't have a phone. You know what I mean? I called him on the phone before, but now where am I going to reach him? And I don't know. Should I take a taxi? Did he come? Is he coming? Is he? Well, nuts. I waited around close to 10 minutes, such precious time. What am I going to do? And mama, first nest. The guy shows up. As soon as I'm entering the taxi, he shows up. Okay, now we get into the car. We're just begging. And there's no GPS. So chances of losing your way is very. And sure enough, we got fixed up and we started to see people. Get us out of the tunnel, the whole tunnel. And I knew they waited for Morristown. I knew that there's a precinct right after the tunnel. So we already planned. I mean, this is all about, forget about 18 minutes. This is like, go skier. So our plan was that as soon as we come out, was Mama Shkia, we're going to jump out of the car. I hope the police, assuming the police will help me out. So we come out of the first region, and in the middle of the road, it's like Mama's touching Shkia, and we jump out of the car. We didn't even want to close the doors because the lights, and we thought, even in '84 already, the police already had these rules. They don't know what is this. I mean, terror didn't really exist then, but still, they said. I didn't know what the rules of the police are. I thought they were sure we didn't understand. Help us. They didn't want to touch the car.
About the luggage?
In the car, it was in the trunk. I didn't even have that much luggage, whatever it was. So we asked them to park the car in the middle of the road, like middle of a small side road. He ran from. They didn't want to touch the car. And I was standing and trying to explain to them, Shabbat is that, what they understand. Took a half hour till the sergeant came and he semi-understood. And he took the car and parked in the park across the street. And I don't know if it was allowed, I'm not sure. It wasn't I'm above still not. So I carried the key with me in my bed. I put it on but I don't pass me any other. And we took a walk in the Brooklyn Bridge. Obviously, I missed the view of the whole Shabbos. It's such a stupid movie to come. And why am I telling this whole story? Because after Shabbos, so Shabbos in New York, Chof Av Farbrengen, I heard Shachris, I heard Mincha, And then, once the Shabbos, Sunday afternoon, there was a group of guys from Detroit, I forgot the name. They came for Chof Av, and now we're going back. Chof Av was a type of Farbrengen that the Rebbe would Farbring on the day, or it was on Shabbos. If you bring a Shabbos, that's about it. Youth-based Tammuz, if you know what I'm talking about, these big day celebrations. You get the very, big days. Then the Rebbe he would make a Farbrengen on Shabbos, and he would make another Farbrengen Motzei Shabbos or something like that. But not Chof Av. Chof Av was Europe. And to my surprise, we traveled for 10 hours to Michigan, back, in that car this time. And we didn't know that we missed the whole Southern Farbrengen. The whole Farbrengen that they showed yesterday in 770, I missed it then. I didn't even hear it on hookup, live. So I got my slap back. Try to be wise and come. But why did I think of that Farbrengen? Because in that Farbrengen, the Rebbe said an expression. He said something about everyone being a shliach. Everyone can be a shliach. Everyone, even if you don't have the title like Rabbi Levi, to be a shliach, you are, and you definitely can be and act as a shliach. I mean, don't get into Rabbi Levi's way. You know what I mean? But you can be self-shliach, shliach, whatever you call it. The Rebbe was talking about that subject, and at a certain point, the Rebbe said, I ask no one to interpret my words. And I like this line the Rebbe said, I can't forget it. I heard it played on a tape. Ich sag, was ich mein, und ich mein, was ich sag. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. That's a very powerful expression. But, when people try to twist for whatever reason, the Rebbe says, I say what I mean what I say. So therefore, being that I'm talking a line, so I hope to mean what I say and say what I mean. I always try to say things that can be yours. Chaim, we should be zocher that the Rebbe says what he means what he says. He said the Geulah is coming. We don't fully understand why it took that many years, but at least he shouldn't have to explain us about the next day. Today is the day we should merit the instant appearance, arrival of Dallas of Melech HaMashiach immediately right now. There's a song that goes back. You say the Alter Rebbe, the Alter Rebbe, I assume everyone over here knows who the Alter Rebbe is. Kids, you know who the Alter Rebbe is? Yeah? Okay. Huh? So the Alter Rebbe, which I actually merit to carry his name, he actually was one of the only Rebbes, actually maybe the third Rebbe too, that composed his own melodies. The whole list of them is around 10 official ones. Then there's a couple of extra more. And they say that this melody that we're about to sing now, I don't know if he composed it, but it was considered his niggin or hakafis, a simple Torah niggin. But then it's named for some reason. It's mainly named the Rebbe's father. It's called a Reb Levi Yitzchak song. I guess he adapted it, or he I guess it wasn't known maybe till he taught it. But whenever the Rebbe would want to say by a Farbrengen they should sing his father's song, this would be the song. It's a hakafas, a simcha Torah song. So it originates from the Alter Rebbe, but it's really named after Reb Levi Yitzchak. Ay 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 ay. I run a matzah bakery. So in the beginning, in the early years, 50 years ago, we used to have someone take pictures of all the kids. And then right away we saw that there's no need, there's all the teachers that come along with the kids to take their own pictures, you know. So I have this common joke. I would say, I say, make sure you have enough film. But then I realized that some people are not smiling to my joke because they don't even know what I'm talking about. They don't even know that there was film on stuff. I wanted to say, you ever heard of a broken record? Who knows? This guy probably knows what a record is. Do you know what a record player is? Oh, he doesn't even know what a record player is. Who knows what a record player is?
I can know.
You have one? What does it look like, a record player?
My dad has one.
Oh, yeah? Soon people don't even know what a CD, is.
You know gramophone?
Huh?
Gramophone? Gramophone.
Gramophone, no.
It's a before the player.
Yeah, no, okay. But you know what an 8-track is?
Yeah.
That was very short. It was only like for a year, one year. But now Baruch Hashem flying in the moon. So there's such an expression of broken records. You might have thought that we're singing a song. We go, ay, 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 ay. Well, I hope you know it's not a broken record.
Actually, what I used to the song over there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that's just like his song.
After all, everything's about
Let's dance.
So we don't know if it's called the Alter Rebbe song, the father's song.
What year did it?
The one that I was talking about, that was touching them dollars, $80.
Either 85 or 86, I don't remember which one it was. I was right, I was to the right of the Rebbe. I was 7 years old.
You on the floor tying your shoes?
That area over there. And in the middle of the Farbrengen, I remember they were singing a song.
No, with this spoon?
Huh?
With which spoon?
No,
Camp.
Camp was here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was in the camp. I was 7 years old.
Yeah, I remember that.
And you told me,
I am?
I don't remember exactly. I need to go back and see the video. They were told me to join the camp. And
So really,
they had me down. And then I don't know. I need to go see. Try to remember what the story was. I don't know what behind it.
Now you're strong.
Yeah, I wasn't in Afghanistan.
You meant to see the Mishpat because there was a time that they sang Tiyam the Mishpat with this name. One of the years that never said that's the word. But that was another, that's the difference. That's the concept. It's all about
I remember that's what they were singing.
So generally, so I'm saying I don't know like who's nigga it can be. I mean who's nigga to name it, but really it's like the Rebbe's. The Rebbe, this is one of the nigunim that, and certainly the Rebbe's niggun that's him. But the whole theme, the whole Rebbe is in this song. The whole concept, you don't find such a thing in the past. There's no precedence of singing a niggun with one tenua, one stanza, over and over, 10 times. Actually, in the year of Simchas Torah, Tavshim Mem Ches, which spells out the word Tismach, happiness, Tismach Samach, which is the end of 87. That's Simchas Torah. Unfortunately, the middle of the year turned sad. The Rebbe passed away. But the Simchas Torah, and maybe the Rebbe was also trying to, the books also came back here. The Rebbe was trying to, I guess, sweeten the judgment by simcha, by joy. It says, when a person unfortunately has judgments, things that are not going so good. So it says that one of the ways, one of the tactics, one of the tools, one of whatever, is simcha. Simcha sweetens judgment. And unfortunately, all the people that I know need a lot of that simcha. So that Simchas Torah was incredible, quantity and quality. But what I mean quantity and quality, the amount of time that the Rebbe usually, every hakafa, every one of the 7 hakafas, but besides the 2 that the Rebbe himself would pronounce, the Torah itself, the Rebbe would stand on the top of the corner and he would encourage. So if every hakafa in all the years would be like a 5-minute clapping and singing in Levitic, Simchas Torah, I mean, I have to look in the diaries, but as far as I remember, it would be 10-15. The time, the way the Rebbe was, they say the Rebbe Gron said, what's wrong? Rebbe Secretary, he's passed away now. So they say that he's been around all the years. He says, it's not like a relative. You say, the Rebbe now at this age of the high 80s, relative to when he was in the 50s, he says, even not relative, he's never seen such swings. And the amount of time, Hakofis in the 50s, when the Rebbe was 50, like that year. That year was crazy. I remember that on the daytime, when the Rebbe was home for himself, that was the Rebbe usually, when he got his Hakofa, the first of the 7th, so till that year, he used to dance hand on shoulder with his brother-in-law, Rabbi Gerari. Whenever Rabbi Gerari passed away, some people may have thought that maybe they'll exchange Rabbi Gerari. I don't know who had those thoughts, but the Rebbe didn't take any new shoulder. The Rebbe danced himself, and the Rebbe held the sacred Torah. I want to tell you something. First of all, a few times in Hakofis, I had to leave. For a bacha to leave was my head. On one side, the Rebbe's making, you have to sing along. Like, that's the nature of about chassid. You see, my head was banging. I couldn't handle it. The Rebbe standing over there, clapping away, and I can't even describe it. There's no video of it. It was just, and one time the Rebbe was holding the Sefer Torah and he was singing this song, and you don't stop till the Rebbe goes on, till the Rebbe stops. And it was going, so if in the regular Farbrengen it would be 10 times. This time when I started the so-called count in my mind, 100. This is unheard of. The Rebbe was jumping off the ground. Screaming. Well, but basically, this represents what the Rebbe is. Break the boundaries. It says about Mashiach, he's called Yalla, besides that he's a great-grandson of Peretz, which is the twin, the son of Yehuda. It says about Mashiach, Yalla ha-Peretz l'Fanenu. How do you translate it in regular English? The boundary breaker. The boundary breaker should go ahead of us. Zeh Mashiach's a kingdom. That's what it says. I was saying to say that's Mashiach. There never was a boundary breaker. The movement of Paratsta. And by the way, not for nothing, obviously, as we call it, individual divine providence, that the building that was chosen by the way, like the picture circulated from the early 1900s. What was the place of 770? You guys see the picture? Unbelievable. They have the building of 784, but the building of 770 is like a big mountain of dust. There's no 770 there. Then we all know the 770 is only built. It's a fresh new building. It was built in the 30s, 1933. The building. It was a new building when they finished already. You know what?
How many years was it finished?
7-8 years. And first of all, it's just so interesting that a building. I mean, unfortunately today it's legal to do abortions, but then it was illegal, and the doctor that did illegal abortions in that building was arrested, and I guess the building was on foreclosure, for sale, whatever. And who took it over? The opposite. The Rebbe that started the movement of bringing life instead of taking away life. But the numerical value, the gematria, the numbers of the letters of Paratsta of 770 is Paratsta. Did you know that? Paratsta, which is the theme of Chabad, what brings Rabbi Kiva here and the thousands of books. Anniversary of
the purchase.
Yeah, you know what they saw, right?
Yeah, so maybe
You know what else? You know what else is the gematria of 770? Beis Mashiach. And the Rebbe actually even quotes it in a footnote. So that's the Rebbe. Keep going. Just how they said that I didn't have any stroke, pull that these things up, time to come back down. The Rebbe writes that TSMA says it comes in Spartan. TSMA in the time of the Shiva is still not even such a miracle. It's still close to not that for Hashem it makes a difference in miracle of nature, but so Rabbi Levi Yisrael wrote to the Rebbe years ago. He wrote to the Rebbe that his 3 major occupations and missions that the Rebbe gave him, whatever, and he doesn't know exactly. He has to pick 1 or 2 of them. He just feel that he can handle it, whatever. And the Rebbe didn't accept it. And the Rebbe asked him to do an additional 4th thing. And the Rebbe explained it out of physics by, I guess, I don't know exactly how the explanation was, but when you squeeze, you condense, and basically when you fill up your time, you squeeze more in. I don't know exactly. I'm not.
What was the? I can Amazon it. You put so much in, the power.
Yeah, then it gets. I don't know exactly what the word, but the Rebbe basically, the main point is the Rebbe. Keep going. Don't stop. There was a guy that came to the Rebbe and he complained he wanted to retire. The Rebbe says, the Rebbe was at the time 80. The Rebbe says, I have plans for another 10 years, another 10 years. Just keep going. And he wants everyone to be with him, Come on. And you say, if you want to sleep, you want to rest and sleep, go live in Baruch, not in Kronheim. If you're around the Rebbe or Kronheim, goes over here. You want to sleep, don't come to Chabad. Chabad is enough. So, another broken record. Stop, keep going. And you know, when I talk now, just another way of talking. Nowadays, you can talk to yourself. So you only have to use it to put on the future. But on Shabbos, if you want to talk to yourself, or if you don't have Bluetooth, you got to talk to that crowd. Otherwise, I think I'm crazy. Time. By the way, it says that in Mashiach will come, obviously, all the sick will be healed. One of the classic, one of the major sicknesses, unfortunately, is people that are out of their mind, right? And one of the indications of a person's out of his mind usually he talks to himself. So one of the interesting ways how the Amish started to heal the sick is he created a situation where everyone is talking to themselves now. So now you really don't know who's Meshuggah, who's not Meshuggah. So the Meshuggah became, what's the definition of normal, not normal? Avraham Avinu also wasn't normal. Doesn't mean good or bad. It means the norm. So now it's normal to talk to yourself.
Yeah, I had my Spanish here, so I'm like, if you're normally crazy, if you're crazy, I mean, you're normal. He was crazy. I guess he was normal.
Remember, our first father, Avraham Avinu, he wasn't normal, that's for sure. Time. Yeah, I want to share with you an interesting story.
Did I just hear you?
In connection to the Rebbe's father. My grandfather lived in Kharkov, which I guess is not so far from Yekaterinoslav, which today is called Dnipropetrovsk. Yeah, it's very close. Very close, yeah. I guess he visited there, I don't know exactly when, but one time the Rebbe's father asked him that he should take for him a pidyon nefesh. That's a note to take to the gravesite of the Rebbe Shabbat Rostov. Whether he was going there in any case or whether he's, I don't know exactly. But he paid for his trip. He paid for his trip to go there. So I don't know exactly if it was a direct mission or. But the Rebbe's father, as you know, was what they call quote unquote a Kabbalist. Meaning to say that besides that Hasidus elaborates, it talks about Kabbalah, but talks in a way Hasidus brings the Kabbalah in a way the soul of Kabbalah, and it makes you understand it. All I give to is that your human intellect comprehend that you don't understand the thing. But it has to do with comprehension. Because when someone doesn't know anything, that's not, and he thinks it could understand, he still thinks that you could understand. When you learn Siddur, you ultimately, the more you learn, the more you realize that you cannot understand. However, but Kabbalah is like mystical. That's what, and he was very mystical. And he's called a Makubal. It's quite unusual to see him to be called Makubal. Makubal is a unique title. And by him, obviously, what Kabbalah teaches you, the Gemara also lets you know that. And just interesting, we just learned the Rambam a couple of days ago, the laws of Sefer Torah, how the Rambam lists off how there's no, I don't know if anyone even, I'm not sure exactly if anyone even tries to explain. Maybe there is explanation. But in the Sefer Torah, besides the portion of the week, within each portion, there's what you call portions. It's called in Hebrew Parshiyot, right? And there is Parshiyot Ketuchot and Parshiyot Stumot in the Sefer Torah. It's only significant in the Sefer Torah. If you look once in the picture of the Sefer Torah and then the Torah, you'll see that some subjects, some pieces, there's usually at least 5-10 in the Parsha, in the Seder. Sometimes it can be many more. Well, it's when you start on a new line, you start on the same line. It's all spiritual. How many words in the Torah can be spelled with a vav, with a yud, or without? And the Rambam gives a whole. It's like it's very boring when you read. You read this word, this parsha. This word is with a vav. This one's out of vav. This is with a yud. That shows you how everything is so precise. Kabbalah even more. Every word, Reb Levi Yitzchak explains every detail. How his name and the gematria and what it means and what it's connected to. It's incredible. So look at this. To what degree? He asked my grandfather to go take a pidyon nefesh to Rostov. He didn't ask him how much does the ticket cost for the train. He gave him, 6 ruble and 72 kopkas. Because 6 ruble is so-and-so, according to Kabbalah, and 72 kopkas is so-and-so, according to Kabbalah. He gave him a Kabbalah money. Doesn't end over there. Wait a second. He gets on the train, and he's ready to go. Before the train left, someone comes to the train. Where's Mendel Futavas? Mendel Futavas? Oh, he got petrified those days, Who's looking for him, No, it was okay. It was only the Shamash, the guy to help Reb Levi Yitzchak. He came to give him a few more coppers, a few more pennies, because it had to match a certain Kabbalistic. He's sending a figure nefesh to the Rebbe Rashab. Everything is Kabbalistic. He took the figure nefesh, he went to the stove, and he read it, and he says that as soon as he walked out, miraculously, shockingly, instantly, blank, he forgot every word he read.
It was after the Shabbat.
Obviously, yeah. Another interesting story in connection to Chof Av, and also with my grandfather, is in 1989 or 1990, there was a conference of shluchim, a group of shluchim in Israel. Not all the Chabad houses. Then there wasn't even so many Chabad. There was a different group. There was a group of shluchim that the Rebbe sent American Bachrim and young couples, very newlyweds. He sent 3 years in a row, a total of 40 to 45 in Yerushalayim and Tzfas. And after 3 years, in Tzfas they were learning Polo, and in Yerushalayim and in Yeshiva. And after 3 years, the Rebbe told him to disperse, to go around, everyone to find his spot in Israel. Basically, he sent like a force, because they came with a whole new enthusiasm, and he gave a lot of chayas, a lot of vitality to Chabad in Israel. So they had, that group had their kinos. They made a conference annually. That time was a fresh thing. On this time of the year, Chof Av. They picked that date, just like they have the big one in New York, in Kislev time, or Kislev. So this, and by this occasion, it was Chof Av. So my grandfather was also invited. He's also a shliach, a different group. I mean, not as a group. He was sent individually to be a mashpia yeshiva there. So he came. He was invited to his kinos, and because it was Chof Av, it was the Rebbe's father's yahrzeit. So he shared with them an interesting interpretation of Reb Levi Yitzchak on the Mishnah. If you paid attention when I finished davening, so after later we read the Mishnah, right? And that's only read. You don't do that in a regular. It's a regular when there's no mourner. A mourner means 11 months. So then you do all the kadeshim. Someone else does it. If there's no mourner, so someone else to do it. Even someone that's not a mourner. But when there's a mourner, usually you do the Mishnayos also. Mishnah's letters of Shama. And those Mishnayos are special pick because the Mishnayos itself, the last 4 Mishnahs begin with the letters of Shama. Whatever. So the last Mishnah, the rest of it you always say quietly before davening. But the end of davening, you can't keep the crowd waiting too long. So you just say the last Mishnah. So he had an explanation from the Rebbe's father on that Mishnah. I don't fully remember just a bit of a tiny drop of it, but you can look it up again. But listen to the story behind it. Very interesting. So my brother is one of the shluchim, and he was in charge. He took care of the kinos. So he wrote a duch. A duch means a report. Everything that we do, we always report to the Rebbe. Good stuff, bad stuff. So he reported to the Rebbe, how the outline of the kinos, how many guys came and this and who spoke, and he mentioned that Mendel repeated an interpretation from the Rebbe's father on this Mishnah, and that's like now the yahrzeit of Reb Levik. So that's when the Rebbe would be saying that Mishnah. So he wrote to the Rebbe, like let's say 12 o'clock at night, let's say discussion. What time is that in New York? 5 in the afternoon. He sent in the fax, and a very short while later, the Rebbe had already read it, and Rabbi Levi called him and told him the Rebbe would like to know. He only wrote the outline, the story that he said this, he said that, but he didn't write what it was. So he says the Rebbe would like to know what was the interpretation itself. What was it? What did he say? He was very excited, every time he get a response from the Rebbe, even if it's just a standard response, so to say standard. Here the Rebbe's already, digging in. He wants to know something. It was very exciting, and he was and he said, "Yes, sure." And what was his intention? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so he's going to call tomorrow morning. What else do you think? Yeah, and he goes back to sleep. That was Stephen. And 2 hours later, 3 a.m., Rabbi Levi calls him up and says, "No, Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Because the Rebbe's waiting. The Rebbe wants to have the visa. So he right away drove. He used to live in Chof Av base. So I like 10 minutes drive. He drove to Chof Av and he woke up my grandfather. He says, the Rebbe's waiting. The Rebbe wants to know. He says, tell me what it is. He wrote it down and he sent it. He faxed it. In those days it was faxing team. And sure enough, an hour or two later, the Sikha that I spoke about it. What exactly the beer is, if you look it up, I don't know if you have the Sikha, whatever, but the main point. I don't remember if it's Vitesse or not. Maybe I actually sent I sent it to my brother a few hours ago. It's the middle of the night, and I asked him if he could send it to me, but it could be it was not. Yeah, that's the main point. So say it. That's the main point. The needle.
No, I heard it only once, so it's really good.
Yeah. By the way, I think the Rebbe himself, at least close to that subject, close to that beer, the Rebbe himself writes it in the English tables. But it could very well be that the Rebbe, so maybe there was something additional. I don't know, I'm just explaining it forward. I don't know.
The needle is a muscle for the neshama. Just like a needle connect. Like two pieces of material created by one taking the neshama connect the body to Hashem. So the Rebbe explained the machat, the needle, shina sunnah, which is placed to the against the will person was born. So just like the plate.
So much in the center remains.
No, you put a plate down, right? So does the plate have a choice? No. Against the will, person's created against their will. They're not. It's not. They don't have a choice in the matter. They take the neshama and they ask the first day the neshama is a little excited. It's going, it's going, and then they show it the world all the challenges. There's no way I'm never going. I'm not going there. They throw it down. They throw like a bungee. They throw the neshama down. The Mishnah says, "Ma'at extinguished on a place, a mile from my place on a step, leading out the cave." And this world compared to a dark cave, because you don't know, just like in a dark cave, you don't know where you're going unless you have those headlights. Same thing over here. The body doesn't know. The body doesn't know where it's going unless the neshama is in the dark. Doesn't know where it's going. So it's like in a cave. Placed in a cave, placed in the dark cave, placed in this world, which is like a dark cave. And the water goes back and forth. The water is going back and forth. That's like Mayim Rabin, the Kabbalah explains that water going back and forth is like the worry of making a living. The worries of making a living is going back and forth. It makes it crazy. We're not sure where we're going this way, that way. So the Rebbe says that it's like when the Rebbe did, but we go down to 95 and the first billboard we see tells us to go to the Mardi Gras casino. 2 feet later, there's another billboard that tells you to go to Ira. And then 2 feet later, there's another one.
Where's the Mashiach billboard?
Gulf Street. There we go. And each one, everyone's schlepping you in no direction. Coke is telling you by Coke, Pepsi telling you Pepsi, not telling you by Pepsi, and everybody's schlepping you. Everyone's just pulling you back. The words are going back and forth. As soon as the wave goes out, what's gal? Everything gal is also not just the wave, but also comes from the word giloy. Galena, giloy, revelation. Yeah. So Rebbe says, what is giloy? What's the great revelation? When we talk about the great revelation, what are we talking about? We were talking about the great revelation that took place at Mount Sinai. And when we were at Sinai, we were all at Sinai, and we had the great revelation. We all took an oath that we're all charged with the mission, and we took an oath that we're gonna accomplish our mission, and we each given that unique mission. So, but we don't know what the mission is. We're put here in the dark. We don't know what the mission is. However, as soon as we make that Sinai connection and we complete that mission, the higher of the neshama is considered pure and faithful.
That,
Seven.
so where is this,
It's written in his Kurdish, like you said, and it's also his, so it's from,
I wonder if that's the one, if that's the, maybe it's similar.
the Rebbe explains also the first part of the mission.
It's real
It was Libra.
interesting. So, do you remember what the explanation is?
I don't remember exactly, but,
Maybe hang it
Does it,
I counted it over by my mother's Shleish 2 years ago.
the Hebrew Shemitah, I once heard an explanation. I don't think it's from the Rebbe. A nice explanation. I don't know who it comes from. But I don't think it's from the Rebbe. Typical style, very like a Hebrew Shemitah. Din of Taras HaMishpach. Yeah. The Rebbe Farbrengen also took some Taras HaMishpach. But the Hebrew Shemitah, Alpha Pisha that Leah Sheikas over. Even though unfortunately we see nowadays it happens a little bit too much. I mean every little bit is too much, but sometimes you have generations, future generations that are sinking the kita over the thick mud. Tahira. Alpha Pisha that Leah Sheikas over Tahira. Why? Because the water of the mikveh receded. That's why even if they're falling deep, and eventually they'll come back also. The interesting is I don't think
That wasn't good.
that was the one.
I don't remember offhand, but
I will finish this, but eventually.
yeah, I'll do it again.
When you go to Dublin in New York, you didn't go to 770 all the time.
When I was a kid?
Yeah.
Most of the time since 70, not all the time. Most of
When you were a kid, there wasn't so much shtibelach around.
the time. Huh?
When you were a kid, there wasn't not so much shtibelach around.
Where's the machine? But
Empire shtibelach around.
yeah, right. Every people was close to my house.
Yeah.
Sometimes I was good with people. That was when I was a real kid. I was able to go show myself everything. Unless someone shot me for a million.
How far were you?
And actually, those days it was considered far. Still.
10-minute walk.
My sister lives in Stirling.
I remember.
So about half a mile. Half a mile.
Yeah. His father used to have a store next to 777.
Wait, Marshall?
Huh?
Store what? No.
I don't remember. I just remember his father. He used to fix watches, maybe. Yeah.
When you say what time, you need to breathe.
Right.
Where are you from?
Actually, I've been looking at this herring for a few minutes. In order to justify to eat the herring, I have to get time.
What
Oh,
town?
I don't know right here. I'm fine.
Remember the Kail on Brooklyn? Sometimes they would shut you for eating those.
Vidal, you give it me, don't worry.
You know, Klein.
I got it. I just can't.
Right there.
Klein goes to an empire in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So Klein is living around Brooklyn and Montgomery, in down south.
I might put it.
Downstairs, in the basement.
Okay, yeah. I don't remember. But when?
The shores.
But when? Brooklyn and Montgomery? Like it's not an existing shul today.
I'm good.
Most of the shuls always the Lubavitcher somehow.
Sometimes I follow down in Rashida, sometimes in Square.
Square now is the same location that came from me.
Right.
You remember him, Eagle?
Every year.
Square Mikveh, yes. It's not the same. They didn't take they rebuilt the whole.
Remember Shmaya?
Shmaya's still around.
Still around?
Yeah, Shmaya, skinny guy.
Yeah.
Still around. I mean, so I remember.
So, cat.
Huh?
So, cat.
Interesting.
Most of
Reb
them,
Levi Yitzchak, his father-in-law, was Meir Shlomo Yanofsky. So he also composed one or two, I don't know if he composed it, his nigunim. But there's a beautiful nigunim that some call it his nigunim, but I don't know. I'm not exactly sure it was his nigunim, but he definitely sung it. And it was interesting. The way the story goes, Because at one time he got word that Reb Levi Yitzchak became sick. I don't know to what level, what degree, whatever, but he was sick, and the way the story goes, Ramesh Lema put his foot on the chair and he started to sing his nigga. I don't know how long he sang it, whatever. I'm trying to remember exactly what happened to them when he got word that he's okay. I don't know how long, whatever. Something to do with him, with singing while he was sick. But it's a nice thing, and I think we should. This is Meir Shlomo, which is Rebbe's grandfather. So it's an interesting story. I heard this from my grandfather. Oh, I just got word of a new grandfather. I guess one day. Okay. So, Meir Shlomo. So this is a story that's connected to Rebbe Yitzchak's birthday, the Rebbe's father's birthday, which is on the 18th of Nisan, which is also the day of the Rebbe's bris. Quite a famous story by now, but the Rebbe's bris was in his grandfather's house, because the Rebbe of Nikolai, that's when the Rebbe was born. And at that time, when the Rebbe was born, the Rebbe's father was still in Nikolai. He didn't yet move to Houston. So it's a custom by Hasidim, as you know, Pesach the time of Hidurim. Everyone has their things that they're careful with, and everyone has different types of things. And, it even reaches sometimes levels of craziness, whatever. But it's all based on I think it's written in the writings of the Arizal that if you're careful with chametz, I mean halachically also chametz is not like other things like meat and milk. They mix, unfortunately, by mistake. So if 60 times more of the meat over the milk, and that nullifies, and vice versa. But when it comes to chametz, even a tiny drop is already a problem. And the Rizal writes that if you're going to be very, very careful, chametz, even with a tiny drop, then it's going to be a type of insurance that you won't see throughout the year. Exactly what it means. I mean, a person always has free choice, but I guess it's an extra support, whatever. Muftachli, it's actually promised him that he won't see the whole year, and that becomes the source of people being so crazy careful. But it became one of the customs that are quote unquote considered to be a significant legitimate custom is that Chassidim wouldn't eat in each other's homes on Pesach because of the fact that each one had his own things and his own. So it even brought down the Hayom part of it. That you don't impose on someone to eat in your house on Pesach, make them uncomfortable, whatever. So there was a chassid called Asher Nikolayev, Asher Grossman, and he was a good friend of theirs. He was in Nikolayev. His name's Asher Nikolayev. Actually, a beautiful melody that's named after him, or it's his melody. We might get to it, but it's Asher Nikolayev was by the Rebbe's bris, and he didn't eat by the bris because in the Rebbe's grandfather. The Rebbe's grandfather, Meir Shleimer, Reb Levi Yitzchak Schneerson, he told him, really, you're not eating in the Rebbe's house. You deserve a sock, it's called an expression, like, I got to punish you for that, Not eating in the Rebbe's house. But I can't punish you. I owe you my life. What's the story? Why do you owe him his life? Because unfortunately, a couple of years before, I don't know if it was Corona or something else, but there was they say every century something happened. There was a massive, I don't know exactly if it was that or something similar, but there was a sickness going around, contagious, and typhus maybe, yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly which years we're talking about because the Pretty Campbell was also sick 100 years ago, Tafshin Pei, after Rashi became Rebbe. This is 20 years before. I'm not sure it's the same, whatever. But something.
They abolished CDC, so it went 20 years.
Yeah. So there was nothing really. There was no cure, and they used to put the people that were sick with it. They would put it in out of the town, out of the whatever. What do you call it? It's a build.
Quarantine.
Not quarantine. It was like a place where you just die out. So hospice.
Nice hospital. It's okay.
And very few people survived. And they wouldn't let anyone in the building. And the Rebbe's father, grandfather was placed there. Asher Nikolayev, his good friend, couldn't tolerate it, and he couldn't go in to visit him. So what did he do? He went around the building where he assumed that he knew that his room wasn't where he was. And he opened up a Tanya. We're gonna actually meet that chapter in a couple of 2 weeks. Chapter 11. Remember, chapter 11. Very important enough. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. It's not really full chapter. Yes, but it sounds better. Chapter 11. Because it has a significance. Chapter 11. Basically, chapter 11 to all your personal thoughts. Don't bankrupt on your thoughts. Focus only on Hashem. When a person goes bankrupt for real, it means that there's only Hashem now. So in this chapter, the Alter Rebbe, it's interesting because the Alter Rebbe talks about suffering, which unfortunately too many people suffer. Even though relatively we are in paradise now, relatively to what people went through less than a century ago, but still people still suffering. It's not what we really expect now. Yemaisa Mashiach. I mean, nowadays, Madani Matzim Ka'ofer, you go to the store, you don't know out of 150, 200 kosher chocolates from the big. We have delicacies like, but still people are carrying problems. So the Alter Rebbe deals with this subject in three or four locations in time. One of them is chapter 26 in the Kucha Amorim, in the main section of that, the first section. That's the main first section. And the other one, similar a little bit, is in chapter 12, Nigeris Tshuva, the 12 chapters talk about Tshuva. And another place is this chapter 11 in Nigeris Kodesh, the one that we're going to learn. But the major difference between chapter 12 in Nigeris Tshuva, chapter 11 in Nigeris Kodesh, is day and night. In chapter 12, he explains to you how beneficial it is. It's beneficial. Tough. It's hard to suffer. Everything's tough. To make a living is also tough. Some people, my daughter just had a baby girl. I assume that she had a tough 9 months. I assume so. At least, most of it. So, but it's beneficial. It's worth it. It's worth it. Alter Rebbe says you can actually even be happy. I mean, I don't wish on anyone, but if you do have Yisurim and you're suffering, be happy because it saves you from what you can't even imagine. The Alter Rebbe doesn't talk a lot about Gehenna. He's not Muslim, but the Gehenna is a true fact. I mean, and in Gehenna, 70 years of Eov suffering doesn't come to 1 hour, God forbid, in Gehenna. And fortunately, we have a lot of ways how to get, if you, let's say you say Amen Yehish Merabah, which is also connected to the Day's Rambam, not exactly, but Amen, say Amen Yehish Merabah properly, and you can wipe away 70 degrees. There's many ways to get rid of it. But here and there's still stuff, maybe, and one of the ways, that's why it says we don't pray for it, but when a person gets suffering, it says Ashrei, Agever. The person is lucky because basically Hashem is giving him the opportunity to clean up, and he gives a mushal over there of the shadow, that the shadow moves 1,000 miles up there, only moves an inch down here. So with an inch over here, technically it's not moving over here and reflecting. When you move over here an inch, you move 100 miles up there, like that. Whatever. So basically, the Alter Rebbe, a short chapter, 1 page, and he basically tells you, be happy, it's beneficial, it's good. When it comes to chapter 11, he said, I don't want to say that Alter Rebbe slaps you on the face. Alter Rebbe's not such a bad guy, but the Alter Rebbe basically says, what? He says, you think that Hashem can do bad? What are you, crazy? Are you a how do you say, a heresy? To think that Hashem can do bad? Like, what's wrong with you? And now doesn't even try to explain to you that it's worth it for you. He says, how dare you even think like that? Hashem is good. He's the absolute good. He can only do good, and whatever he does is good. And then the Alter Rebbe, after all, it's a very hard pill to swallow. Good. Just go out, But in the end, Alter Rebbe semi hints to you that when you pass that test and you understand that everything is good, then eventually it'll also become revealed good. The only difference is if this is revealed good, this is not revealed good. So the truth is, I do wish all our enemies that they should get all the unrevealed good. I mean, they should get the bad that is called unrevealed good. Not they shouldn't get the unrevealed good. They should get what's called unrevealed good. And we should get the thing is Hashem is able, we say in Krishma Shalamita shortly, I don't know, shortly, I'm going to say so whenever you're going to get to Krishma Shalamita, the reading of Shema before you go to sleep, so over there, right in the first paragraph, we say, Hashem, do it without suffering. Because Hashem is ultimately can do anything and everything, so he can give us the benefit of the hidden kindness in a revealed way. But after all, he's the winner and he does what he understands is right. Reb Levi Yitzchak, not Reb Levi Yitzchak, Rebbe's father, but who I think his name originates from the banished, colleague and a friend of the Alter Rebbe. Not necessarily, but that's what we know of. Menachem Mendel is for sure not the first Tzemach Haradaka, because there is 300 years before the Tzemach Tzedek, and Menachem Mendel Krumel called Tzemach, and his sefer is called Tzemach Tzedek, and the going in call it Kalman or Harishan. I've seen places where they call it Rebbe Tzemach Tzedek. I've seen places, but the Tzemach Tzedek was called the second Tzemach Tzedek. whatever. But there was a few Menachem members, not in the Vitebsk, but maybe it's really, huh? Menachem, yeah, plenty. So Reb Levi Yitzchak Schneerson, one time they say he had a discussion with Alter Rebbe, and he was like obviously known to be the very how you call it, the lawyer, the advocate, and he would always look for the good, obviously. And he once told the Alter Rebbe something typical for Reb Levi Yitzchak Schneerson to say: says, if I was God, I would put all the Paritzim, all the noblemen in the governments, and all the Yidden would be the landowners. Right? Makes sense. The Alter Rebbe didn't think less for the Yidden's benefit, but the Alter Rebbe's way of expression was, if I would be God, I'd probably do exactly what he's doing. Because God can't do better. Understand? He's the best, and he can't be better. Maybe he could be better. But he can bring Mashiach now, for sure. But getting back to the story. So this chapter of Tanya really puts you in a whole different planet. You know, unfortunately, my grandfather, he suffered a lot. You know, he lost 4 children, but that was, I shouldn't say, relatively common. Those days in Samarkand, people lost children, you know, the different sicknesses and the famine, and who knows, he lost 4 children, whatever. But then, when he finally, 20 years, he didn't see his family, he came out of Russia, and, you know, he lived in England, that's where I come from. He lived there for 5-6 years, and boom, trach, he has 1 son, 1 daughter, and suddenly his daughter, my mother, got killed in a car accident. And he was like, you know, so the reason why I'm saying the story is someone asked him, remember, how are you managing, you know, so he told him, La Skil Chabina, that chapter, that's why he always used to talk about the story. La Skil Chabina is the opening words of the chapter, that you should comprehend and understand that you cannot make the light of Hashem dwell in you if you don't understand that he's only good. That's without ever. I like to sometimes reverse the words and say to Hashem, with all respect, with a little bit of chutzpah, say, Laskil Chabina, God, don't you understand that the only way to really get us going is to give us all the good? Whatever, but, you know, again, it's all, we can say whatever we want, but at the end of the day, we have to believe. So he read this chapter outside the window, hoping that Meir Shlomo will hear it, and as you know, even in conventional medicine, they all agree, that's why people claim this whole corona, a lot of things went wrong because people were going crazy also. When you get paranoid and you get scared, because in conventional medicine, it's important for the person to be strong and have hope. If a person doesn't want to get healed, then you can give him as much as antibiotics or whatever, it's not going to help. So by injecting this, infusing him with this chapter of Tanya that he can barely read because he's laying over there, who knows if he's unconscious at all, and he's reading the chapter hoping that it's going to get to him, and sure enough, says Meir Shlomo back to Rebbe, he says, really, I can punish you, but I can't, because sure enough, after you read it day after day, he came every day stubbornly for I don't know how many days he came. Every day, it got to me, and it gave me kindness, and he was from the very few that actually emerged and came out of that life. So we have to, it's hard to understand why this whole bullets, why so many people have to suffer, but they have to hold on tight and just keep believing. Keep believing. Some people, they say, they never told us Mashiach is coming. And you know what? I always look up and they say, listen, God is responsible for what he says, and his emissary, the Rebbe, and God, Shimshon Stock, Shimshon Stock is a typical chassid, but a typical chassid. If I tell you the story, understand what type of guy he is. Huh?
Great.
No, well, maybe I don't know English so well. I don't know the Torah. I meant to say unique, not typical. Huh? Thank you.
Like asymptomatic, no symptoms.
So he comes to the Rebbe one time and he says something. What did he say to the Rebbe now? Something about Hashem.
He's telling the Rebbe, we need you.
Yeah, like be healthy, take care of yourself.
What I would say, the Rebbe you can't talk to him.
Yeah, he said, I don't know. He said, I know you. I can talk to you. That's,
I know
you. Yeah. So, why don't you come to Oh, what I'm trying to say is that when we trust David, okay, but it's not something, it's not tangible. But the Rebbe is someone that we know and we can trust. And when the Rebbe told us, all of us over here, go out and tell everyone that it's happening, the fear is coming, and he used so many powerful statements and expressions, and he made sure that you understand it from this angle and from that angle. It's true. So many years went by, and this threshold that we're standing on is like really a long threshold. It's almost as long as the tunnels of the Hamas do. And what about the Mexican tunnel? Is that longer? And it's a very sophisticated threshold tunnel. But nevertheless, in the logic way, I'm not talking about in the level of the moon, even logic. That was a person that we all know. I mean, whether you saw him yourself or not, but people that saw him and know him, and it's not like, you have to believe. It makes sense that he wouldn't say something irresponsible. Even me and him wouldn't say he's irresponsible, right? So out of all, more or less. But the Rebbe, think about it. It's like simple logic. The Rebbe, he would say irresponsible things, and he says, publicize. If he says something quietly, Chof Av Farbrengen, and you can interpret it in this way and that way, when the Rebbe says, go ahead and publicize in the newspaper, that Mashiach is coming, he knew what could happen and what might happen in different scenarios, and nevertheless, the Rebbe said it. That means that he's expecting from us, keep going. Don't stop, jump into the sea. There's wild animals on the right, the desert on the left, the sea in the front, the Egyptians in the back. Just keep going. Go forward. That's what it's all about. It's all about challenge. If Hashem didn't make challenge, then he didn't have to create the whole world. What did he create the whole entire it's a the whole concept? It's all about challenge. And this is our schus. The Yaminu, it says the Yaminu B'Hashem of Moshe Avnei, the Yidden were praised, even though the Yidden caused so much trouble to Moshe, and we also cause trouble, But nevertheless, it says that the Yidden went out, Moshe Rabbeinu started to tell them, go, my GPS says go the other way around. And they go around, rerouting. And it was like really going opposite opposite time again. And it says in the Rashi over there, that they announced, we are going to follow. They were very devoted then. They were Aminu B'Hashem of Moshe Avnei even before the Kriyas. And it says why did Hashem do it? Because they needed credits. And he was providing for them. Besides, they had a few credits in Mitzrayim, very few, but they needed another credit. They needed Emunah, the Schus Emunah, which actually the ladies were the best in that concept of Emunah. So, by the way, since I mentioned ladies, some ladies been a ring over here. I want to tell you my personal experience. I want to tell you that I personally, that much of Shabbos, so Gimel Tammuz, third of Tammuz, I thank God. Listen, people can get better and better, but thank God, Hashem can testify that I didn't have even an interruption in my mind. That there is, I don't have the words to explain, and we don't really have to explain everything, but I know that the Rebbe is here and he's alive. But I just didn't know how to deal with it. I didn't know what to do. What am I supposed to do? It's about, I was hanging around Flappers like for an hour or two. Then suddenly someone tells me there's a bunch of crazy ladies dying at Fortune 770, and they're tambourining. Well, obviously I understood it. They're not dancing out of joy. Any common sense understood that. I understood that they're just demonstrating. We're going further. We're going into the sea, demonstrating faith. That even though this is what it looks like and this is what everyone thinks, but we're going further. I promise you, as soon as I heard that, I always, whenever I speak to groups of ladies, I always mention it. I just felt suddenly fusion. I got into my car, I took my little family there. We drove, Amish like ships coming to center, That's my experience with it. But basically, we have to keep going and I have to understand. And by the way, talking about a threshold, that's an expression that the Rebbe uses, actual translation of Safa Geula. So I heard Rabbi Ginsburg in Tel Aviv explain it beautifully what the significance of a threshold is. He says a threshold is that you're not out, even though you're not in, you're still not out. You're not outside the room and you're not inside the room. You may not be inside, but you're not outside. He says, so number one, he says, when you're on the threshold, the door is not closing. The door can't close. Okay, which is also related to what the Rebbe used the term prophecy, because the definition of prophecy is that it cannot change. It has to be the way it was said. But he says the threshold means you can't close the door. There's another thing of a threshold is that you are in a state, if you would already be in the room, that's done. The Geulah is done. The Rebbe actually said, he used the expression that Mashiach is waiting, that you should actually open the door and bring him in. It's a little side story. I'll get back to this thing, but I used to have years ago. Unfortunately, I don't know why I don't have it now. Now I start to lease a car. But when I had the whole time, maybe not planning to buy a car. A second hand car, but because the leasing is terrible. And when I had a car, I made a speaker under the car. I used to play different seekers, different songs, depending where I went. So I came up to Crown Heights and I had this tape. I had a collection of all different excerpts. Surah Segula, the ones that were said on audio, of all different statements that they ever said in the last year cycle. These unbelievable statements. And I had it playing, and it was going on a tape. It was a cassette. You remember what a cassette is?
Yeah.
You don't know what a cassette is.
They
still have a little bit around. Yeah. so you know CDs?
I had a Walkman.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So actually, I bought someone all the Rebbe's Farbrengen for $1,500. Exactly when, about 20 years ago. But when I bought it, that was my dream, and the guy gave it to me a crazy deal, paid me $100 a month. I don't know something like that. And when I bought it, I really felt that we're at the threshold, we're at the verge of that's over. And I nevertheless I bought them. I don't know why. And I organized it very nicely. And sitting at the Chabad Chayil, my wife tells me, "Come on, now you have it on on your phone. You have everything." No, I can't. I said, "Wait till after I'm 120 or 770, then you can get rid of it." And sitting in the house, like taking a whole bookcase, all the cassettes, and now you have it on on your phone. So, this cassette was playing. It was playing these sikhs over and over. And I parked outside. I parked outside. Peach Avenue. Outside the fish store, okay? It's like a block and a half away from San Francisco. Not a Florida block. So I go to the 70 down. Nowadays they have these meters here. If you want to chat 770 for 2 hours, then you have to park. That's how you used to park it. And if you want to only do it for quick davening, an hour, so you park on this side of the park because the meter they don't give you more than an hour. They only give you 2 hours. But those days they parked as long as I wanted. And I came out of 770 after 3 hours. Oh, my keys. And it wasn't such a rare thing. But I didn't know, because you go back to 770 to see if I left it there. I said, knowing myself, probably I left it in the car. So I continue to the car. Sure enough, not only in the car, in the ignition. That was good also, the battery didn't die. And the tape is playing, but the car's locked. It's not like today that you can't lock the car. Okay, listen. I'm looking around, someone tells me, hey, across the street, Weinstein, the hardware store, he does the stuff, he opens cars. Oh, I'm a chayah. I call him, it costs $20, whatever. I call him, and he's working on the car for like 10 minutes. Have the special thin metal.
Slim Jim.
Huh?
You're 10 minutes.
I guess he wasn't a professional doctor. And he was trying, I wasn't going, but a nice while, 5 or 10 minutes. And the tape is meanwhile still playing. And I suddenly, I was already bored of looking and doing it. I was listening to the tape. And the Rebbe was talking to Mordechai Eliyahu, the chief rabbi. He was the last one to have like Rebbe's room, private. I mean, can't say the last one to have Yechidus, because Yechidus went out further also. But the Mamish in the Rebbe's room. And the Rebbe really, they had a very close relationship. So the Rebbe was talking to him in Hebrew Lashon Kodesh stuff. The Rebbe was telling him that I've been saying lately not only that the Geulah Mashiach is eventually going to come, but my emphasis, the Rebbe says in Hebrew, my emphasis is that Mashiach is standing, the Rebbe used the word Geulah. The Geulah is standing outside the door of the person, and he's waiting that every individual should open the door, and the Rebbe in the video you see that the Rebbe goes with his hand and should pull the Geulah into his room. And the Rebbe says the words in Hebrew, Everyone should open his door, the door, and that's second. So what I'm saying is that talking about the threshold that you have the opportunity still, and it says in Yom Yom that we're going to eventually regret, and maybe even yearn. It's hard to believe that we will ever yearn for these Gullus days, but there's going to be something. Obviously, if Gullus is made by Hashem, there has to be something good in it. Yeah? Like we said in the past, like that type of good you should give our enemies in abundance. But whatever, as long as it's by us, there's something good in it. What's the good in Gullus? Challenge. When Mashiach comes, it's going to be a whole different type of fun. But it's not going to be the fun of challenge. And challenge, the Mikri Solita? They just no choice.
Solita became famous. He became a famous boxer because Liberow.
But basically, nice. Now he's not boxing anymore. Now he's letting other people box each other. He's like a manager. But basically, he lives down in Detroit. And I always use him as an example. He made a fame because of the fact that he was white. He was religious. He became religious. His whole story is very interesting story. And he was not bad, but he's such an interesting guy. You'd never in your life believe that he's a boxer. He's such a fine person. And maybe some say maybe that's why when it came to the real stuff, he couldn't do it. Because he just wasn't a boxer. I tried to persuade him not to be, but so he did the best he could, but he made a big deal of Hashem. It was always a question, because it was on the borderline of things that are permitted or forbidden. It's like, when you're playing basketball, it's permitted, it's just not holy. You can make it holy by using the prayer to serve Hashem. But you can't eat chazak to serve Hashem. So boxing is like a type of, it's on the borderline. Whatever, we dealt with it. That's not the point. The point that I want to bring is something else. His politics all over, in this business also. And he was always upset that he felt that promoters are not providing him with the real challenges, with the real boxers. Basically, here you have a guy that's begging, I want you to provide me a that's able to punch my nose to the other side of my head. I want to have such a guy, because only when I win him, I'm a hero, right? So in davening, in brachas, we say shortly in a few hours, we're going to be saying, don't give us challenge. David HaMelech asked a challenge. It didn't work so good. You're not supposed to ask a challenge. But Alter Rebbe says in Tanya, nevertheless, when the challenge comes your way, then challenge in Hebrew is the same meaning as the word miracle. What's the word miracle? Why is a miracle in Hebrew called nes? Because the difference of miracle and nature is only one difference. What's the difference, by the way, of a plane 150 years ago to a plane today? 150 years ago, you called it miracle, right? And today you call it nature, right? Like if you ask your great grandfather, Hashem will make us fly on the wings of eagles, yeah? Whatever that means. I mean, in Mitzrayim, the miracle was even bigger than wings of eagles. Because in Mitzrayim, the meaning was that instantly you turned around, hey, Yanko, Issa! Oh. Hey! Everyone suddenly found themselves, some miracle happened, everyone had fixes of there, and they all came together. But is that a bigger miracle than getting on the wings of eagle? I don't know, whatever. But let's talk about it literal, the way it says it in the Pasuk. But I'll campaign the Sharem. So we also talk about the future of all wings of eagle. Yeah? So let's say an eagle pulls up outside over here and has enough place on his back and his wings for all of us to jump on. And eagles are going to come landing like the ducks and whatever, like the whole Amazons, what do you call them, all the crocodiles, and become eagles there, and we're going to go fly with eagles there to show, right? Yeah? It's really a miracle. Ask your great-great-great-grandfather 150 years ago, tell me, what's a bigger miracle, to fly in the back of an eagle or to get into this metal box that's going to zoom up into the air, the one that can carry 500 people, and 400 people, I don't know, and we're going to go like that. He can tell you, a plane, even Hashem can't do such a miracle. Wow, a metal box is going to fly in the air, and the eagle is like, that makes sense. Today, what's a bigger miracle? What's a bigger miracle today in your eyes? Flying on an eagle, not a plane, right? What happened? What exactly happened? Why did that change? Why did the perspective change? You know why? Very simple. You got used to it. That's one of the tactics that Hashem makes. That teva, nature, comes from the word coin. The first one is magnificent, beautiful, wow, create a mold, but the rest of them are all the same offset. So that's the tactic. So Hashem, it doesn't make a difference. Nes and teva, the only difference is that the Hebrew meaning of the word nes means flag high up, and the Hebrew meaning of the word teva means sunk in the sea. Tubu comes from the word tubu v'yamso. It comes from the word matbea and tubu v'yamso. It's in the sea. So you don't see God's power, is not visible. So the saying, which translates as trial, challenge, comes from the same word. Why? Because when you overcome the challenge of beating this massive boxer and you get his nose and you win it, then you become a hero. So that challenge we won't have anymore. It's going to be unfortunate. Well, Hashem, it's okay. But if we have another minute left, God forbidding goes, take advantage of that minute and bring it back.
You've been talking too long.
Yeah, that's another part of it. He said, you took too long, you have to say, so this challenge, let's overcome the challenge and stand on the threshold and look inside, don't look outside. How's it say? Stand on the river, you look. Like, where's my phone? Where's my phone? There's an expression there that says, Ponu Elai Oye. You know, he says, Ponu Elai Oye. They face their neck to me. What do you mean you face your neck? Neck or face? Sometimes you can be standing, it says, in the middle of the day, the sun, Florida sun shining, in front of a treasure, nevertheless, your mind is somewhere else and you don't see it. That would mean, Ponu Elai Oye. You're facing me, but your face is like a back, like a neck. I'm looking for water, it's right in front of me. Open your eyes and you'll see. Oh, yeah. I was just going to tell you something. Just a second. I didn't know you read minds. Who's that? Oh. You have to read it again. It's not like I met your father. I'm speaking of my speech.
I know where you go. You also going to.
By the way, is there a horse? It's cool.
Yeah. Winning the.
This is Zalman is a little bit small. Do you think? By the way, I think someone said his name. Seriously? He was our son. He wasn't.
You don't learn from there.
That's interesting. That's a science time. Wow. Interesting. Science have another.
I can just pull it to my father. My father is the brand name.
Winning.
Huh?
Winning with the.
Yeah.
You want to hear your
friend.
Your friend. Motion. Your friend.
Once I said it, I heard it.
Rabbi, you guys related? I'm on. He's talking about Reb Levik, right?
That's his David.
He's not talking about.
Your grandfather said, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You said you had, yeah.
I just heard a story of about my great grandfather.
Oh, you're related to a different father.
Randall dog.
You're Randall.
I just came from a story.
Was David Arnaka?
Yeah.
Was he in Chabad?
No, so.
His son was in Chabad, right? So his son was Kivman. One second, so how? What was David's father's name?
No, that was buried in Kazakhstan.
David Yitzchak. Who was in Chabad?
Oh, that's pretty sweet. Barrel.
Liberow, Arnaka? He called him Arnaka. One second. Sean Bear? One second, who's your grandfather? He's David Arnaka's son. A brother of Sean Bear. So I want to tell you, I was thinking, huh? Sean Bear, I'm Sean Bear. So the kids said, I remember, I was in Chabad, in Dr. Laman's time. I don't know when Sean Bear got passed away, but I remember.
That's really maybe
How many? You remember? What?
What if people don't talk?
I don't know if we're talking about the same person, but I want to tell you. The guy that I remember in Chabad was a typical tzaddik from St. Patrick's. He was like out of this world.
I visited a friend about it. He wouldn't say that, but his brother-in-law, not very well.
How old did you come? I remember it was like Chabad had images of people back at like this typical guy with his basket with his cane, like in St. Patrick's,
So, it's like an uncle.
This music.
Guys in his 90s.
You also feel about it?
Wow.
So now he's legal. Yeah, his grandfather is Ben Shem, right? Their grandfather, Ben Shem, to the his brother. Because of the Shem.
Oh my God. So else?
Where the red comes from?
Huh?
Where the red from?
Yeah.
What are they to one time?
Oh, his wife is a star. So Shimshon's got relative. Sean Best's brother? No. Sean Best, one that runs the camp is his age. The Shimshon is Sean Best's uncle. The Benji's your father.
They're also related.
All right.
It's a book.
See your man oldest? No.
No. Who is later?
You know.
Who is later? Yeah.
I took my business now. I'm just now talking to Zosa's cousin. No, it's not. Your cousin. Of course, also.
No.
Of course, the only cousins. Oh. All right. Yeah. I'm cousins. I'm a cousin with Shemta, their Shemta, in two sides. Because
You mean it completely messed up.
Beryl is my mother's first cousin from her father's side, and Beryl's wife is my mother's first cousin from her mother's side.
Beryl's father's side?
Of course. I'm eligible to course.
Is it Beryl's father's side?
Beryl's mother was a mental sister. Okay, Beryl's wife's mother is a mental's wife's mother. Mental's wife's sister. Okay, I'm related to the course also. I was going to say about Pinchas. I was talking to Saki before. He's not his father used to the first name. Unfortunately, his quarantine status now so bad. Basically, his whole body is paralyzed. At this point, except his forehead and his eyes. Corona triggered it off. Yeah, it's Corona. He's still like, he's in Lakes. Some type of time to time, have a fush lema. So I was talking to what's his name, his son, Safia. He's a model of his own. So, whatever, he's an interesting guy. But he told me that I mean, I knew the story, but he reminded me that the Rebbe pointed out when previous beer gets cut by the Satnas. So the Rebbe mentioned by the Farbrengen something about that was a Pashas Pinchas. Pointed out the fact that it was a Pashas Pinchas. Thing is, not the PSB, I remember that in nice little spitz there. Yeah.
Well, this year I hear from you all the time walking in the heat in the middle of bright daylight. It's night.
By night you rest, also by day.
By day, not all the broad daylight. But our earlier this year, our
Oh, yeah?
where's now reflected.
You live in Exile for some time?
Me?
Yeah.
I was never, so I lived in Luz. I was never for 4 years.
Oh. I love family. Isn't that right?
So I visited him in Kazakhstan.
Who?
I made out with my
Oh, yeah.
He was upper 90s. Older man, and he's flying. Still goes to it's finally sharp. Learning was do every system memory, know everything by heart. And it was upper 90s. It was so fucked for that. He's an old man.
And I remember him, he wasn't really like so talkative. He wasn't like, he was like a little bit isolated.
Yeah. Down hours.
I did
Okay,
that.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say 15. 10 to 15. At least 35. Maybe 15.
Hold out.
How long does it take to take 50 tests?
I don't count.
Minutes.
Huh? 8 minutes. 8? Okay. Oh,
You remember, full of your lives every day, the whole thing did this every day.
I'm waiting for him to make one.
Just yesterday, he was asking my, what would you say?
Huh?
And,
Yeah, he actually had.
He was famous for his entrance.
He did, because we told him. Maybe he forgot. But one time, so I explained it to him. That time,
Music blasting.
when he's like, you do the whole
other
thing,
boxers coming.
it's like maybe a week and a half ago or something.
And Mitri was walking.
I told him it's Rebbe's capital, so say it.
Blasting the Rebbe thing.
Maybe he forgot, I don't know.
Maybe he did it once. I don't think it was. I don't know. I don't know. I never went to his like group anymore. My brother was like his manager. I don't know. But yeah, but Claudio was famous for the fact that he was unique, different than all the other ones. When? Now what? When? You will come over? It's like my interview, interesting. In the hot season, he was getting interviewed by all the newspapers. You know, it's great. My area, he had 3 papers in New York, and he had Wall Street Journal, whatever. As long as he was like, growing Wall Street Journal, and they used to interview me a lot also, along with him as a rabbi. One time they came to the Chabad, not the Chabad, so, but we were doing actually construction at the time. That's what they interviewed. They called it dilapidated Chabad. I didn't even know the word dilapidated meant. But what was I going to say? So amongst all the famous newspapers that interviewed him, you heard a story from the Chaim publication. He also wanted to interview him. And we're talking about it for 2 years. I don't know, it just took a long time, I don't know why. Finally, boom, they put in the article about him, interviewed him, Slice of Life. And what number was what publication? Pure and Better Process. When I say pure, everything's pure and Better Process. But when there's no human involvement, it's more visible. That's how much pure. 702. That was the publication number, 702. Where the holding now? Are you 15 something? What's 702? No, 702. Huh? What? It's not my Gematria, it's a famous Gematria, Shabbos. And his whole story is about Shabbos. I can't forget the first time when he was like, He lived around the corner from me. I got to know him after his mother passed away. Yeah. And then he went to Mississippi to win the Golden Gloves. So I remember he wrote to the Rebbe, and the mashmas of the letter was like something about, I don't remember the words exactly, but it was like using your talent. I don't remember. It was something general that was like encouraging, and I obviously try to bring something practical. And I remember sitting, upstairs outside, discussing, and we decided that we're going to go for Shabbos, not knowing what the challenge was about it or not. But Shabbos was the thing I picked on, that he should make sure that he keeps Shabbos, and that will, bring him the bracha. Right? So he goes, and we didn't expect it to be such a, issue. He went to Mississippi, where we had supposed to have like 3 fights in the weekend, and he actually won the first 1 or 2 flying colors, like very good. And the third one was supposed to be Shabbos afternoon. They called me up Friday afternoon. I didn't even know. I'm pressuring him, but I don't even know what's involved. But that's where you gotta go. You just gotta believe. So we made up. You're gonna, huh? There was no money. No, it was early stage. It's winning the Golden Gloves, whatever. But you know what? When you win 2 fights. He's supposed to win the third one, and he told him he cannot do it on Shabbos. And after, maybe because of that, it was a small little place. So I don't know. The bottom line was that they agreed to postpone the fight till after Shabbos, and they also made a whole issue about it. It was like an interesting thing. Never had such a thing before, and they wrote about it in the local newspaper. Whatever. I don't know. That was like the first time, and then he continued. It was no fact. None of his fights like that. So he was doing well till he finally, which Baruch Hashem, I remember the first time when he was fighting for the championship was in England. He had a fight in England with a what's the Shabbos? It was a lot of fights on the Shabbos. And I happened to be in England then, nothing to do with this fight. I happened to be in England. His sister then, and I remember speaking to him after he lost. He lost it in a very, very quick, like with how many? I see you're really up to date, you. Not better than me. 12 seconds, less than a minute or so. Yeah, Muslim guy. So the embassies, I remember telling him, I remember exactly where I was standing, I was telling him how many years it was. More than 10 years.
Now the pressure's on.
From now, Huh?
Yeah.
What is the Buckham sometimes following boxing? By the way, I remember one of the lines I told him one time. He was having a big fight in the Atlantic Mall, Atlantic Avenue. What's it called? No. Huh? Barclays Center. So it's close to Crown Heights. Here, going to sleep in the Lubavitch, I told him, I was very against. I told him no sign should be hung up in Crown Heights. I told him your job is to bring the outside in and not the inside out. This is how I hit my said. Stop it. Now you can go, box it. So I remember telling him, now begins the real fight. After he lost, now begins the real fight. To hold on, to keep rolling. Have been talking that things don't go good. But basically, I see.
I also try not to fight on Shabbos.
Huh?
I don't try not to fight on Shabbos.
Fight on Shabbos?
I try not to fight on
You
Shabbos.
to hurry, you don't fight on Shabbos. So listen, I think it was a nest that he lost. You know why? Because even though this Muslim guy was boxer, he's a nice guy, but the tension was the spectators turned it into a Jew Muslim. And there was a lot of tension. They were screaming and cursing and almost even hitting him on his way in. And to my opinion, if he would have won, they would have to let out their, whatever you call it, anger or whatever. I think it would have been a disaster for the few Yidden that should have been there that were there. I don't know about him himself, but I think it would have been.
He's got the protection.
Huh? Yeah, but I think it would have been dangerous for a lot. It was terrible. The way I heard it was, and I think there was a nest that he lost. That's what I think. I mean, obviously, it was it's good. I mean, everything's good. I'm explaining even in logic, whatever.
Right.
Whatever, but why do you have to get hurt? They get hurt. Yeah, that's what he did.
But he said after that it was maybe the challah that he ate was much
Shalom.
better. The challah that he ate on
See, that's the
Shabbat
problem. We stop
weighed
blaming.
him down.
When we start blaming, these parents, they're always having to blame this teacher, blame the friends, and what's going to happen with your child? Blame the babysitter. Yeah. But the main thing is that we're already talking about the mystery. We don't have to learn from him. It's like Trump. We're not learning from Trump how to be a mensch. Okay? We're learning from Trump how to be a Meshuggah. How to be a Meshuggah. I remember when Trump was running, so one of my speeches in shul, an interesting fact that you had first time a Meshuggah running, then you had a woman running, which is also a Meshuggah. It's just high up, tennis pilot. And who else? There was another first Schwarzer. Trump was the first, yeah. Doing that. You said, I was talking about small stuff. Here and there, Mamash, down, huh? Huh? Yeah, that's down. Even in 770, unfortunately, I don't understand this. But wherever you go, I don't know what they do over here in Chabad of what's those place? Huh?
Island Lake.
Island Lakes. And what's happened to her? To his neighbor? By the way, do you know a guy called Chaim Cohen around? Chaim Cohen around. He was coming. I don't know. He was black. So the kids, so most of them, I'm starting to learn and find out that most of them, they don't say that that was spittle by the Ahmed, right?
You'll be happy to join us.
You see?
Yeah.
And even in 770, some Chazanim don't do it. And I don't reveal my plan. But I had a crazy thought. Sometimes I don't understand it. I had a crazy thought that I'm going to one day, instead of actually going to see him, you're going to say, hey, what happened? There's no time. I said, I'll cut off the down.
That's what I argue.
It sounds like it.
Argument. They say, skip to that right.
And you know what? Think about it. It's all one thing. It's all about the way you set the stage. It's all about the mindset. And what happens if the rabbi spoke 3 minutes longer? What happens if the 10th guy came in 6 minutes later? What do you mean there's no time? It takes another 7 minutes. First of all, that's with the evidence. I say even better. Already before this year, I was thinking to myself, wow, now we're going to have an opportunity to physically take the chatchila, not with the evidence. The chatchila take 5 to 7, 8 minutes of our day and dedicate it to the Rebbe. And it's not even for the Rebbe, by the way. For yourself. And all the people that don't have the time to say it now after davening, and when exactly are they going to have the time to say it? When are they going to say it? No, it's the way you set the stage, perspective. It's minds, the way people, you're going to say this, and people are going to say that, and people are going to think this, and people are afraid to say this, you're afraid to say that. Just go forward. Be safe. Do what the Rebbe says, do what the Rebbe wants, do it in the right way, because common sense is also very important. The very important, the Rebbe talks about it a lot. The Rebbe trusts that we have common sense. People make a whole issue. Even on is the most normal thing in a Fotos Amayonas. Obviously, everything has to be done in a way that the other person is going to accept it, but not because you think that the other person is not going to accept it, so I'm taking it off the table. That's not Trump style. Okay, you want to learn from the guy? Never says it. You want to learn from the guy, right? Didn't they ever say by Tebby? Remember the story of Tebby? You don't remember? Tebby, everyone knows the Tebby story.
Yeah.
So I think they ever then said, Saka was claiming, a miracle through guy. No, through Tziyani. A miracle through Tziyani. They couldn't tolerate the fact that they never said it was a miracle. That's what they said. What? Huh?
I just have to know talk still about it. The
Yeah.
biggest supporter of Chabad and Beijing.
And Florida.
It's actually funny how they complete
They
silence.
built this mikvah. What do you mean?
They took the guy to buy out. The guy has strangled to give me anything else.
Where else would you repeat?
My uncle sits by the dish.
California.
That makes sense to keep a piece of children.
You know, it happened.
That makes us allowed to shoot.
Yeah,
You know, by the way, think allowed to shoot, I pay attention to something crazy. A lot of times in Bar Park, I understand, you know, sure. The steeple where everyone goes, no? On 6th and 53rd. Summer Shabbos, yeah. Well, next day there's a big geschäft, Fleischgeschäft. Huh? 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 Whatever. So, Fleischgeschäft, I always think it's so interesting. Satmar. They have Satmar Fleisch. The loudest is the loudest street. And there's the Satmar Fleisch. Isn't that interesting? The street is, and he was shopping at
You can have what's it called?
Huh?
Fatma flash about chicken.
Yeah, it's possible to eat Kum Shabbos as every ox. You know, my son about Shem Tov. You can eat Satmar Fleisch with the loudest street.
What's it like being there?
There'll be another interview on Chabad at all. There's another few weeks.
I'll only make an interview. You put in anything I say. Kevin,
We don't want you to talk about chart.
The mice is like Kevin. Yeah, we're getting to an end. Yeah.
Man.
Oh, we're
We're just getting started.
This is
still here.
Yeah, I think we get a second. Not real
Yeah, but
second.
you're smart.
Yeah.
Really good. And that's good. All right.
Just keep on reading my face. See when
There's actually one beautiful nigga that I only learned lately, and believe it or not, I heard it on tape. You can't see it. And I just listened to it so many times that my mama just picked it up lately. All the school albums of the Bolshevik. Very powerful. Man. A lot of people remember the good and the top remember the. I was sitting on the side of it.
Social listening.
I'm not sitting outside.
Huh?
I'm listening.
Social listening. Social listening.
Uh-huh. Either way, if you think about it, social distancing brought people so close together. You know, with Zoom, people that never met each other for who knows how long. Big, massive arrangement. Some of these so big.
I was not speaking to the friends. I called them up on Zoom. They sat there and I didn't speak to them.
Did you bring a lot of them? I will come around. Never heard them. You know, every single day. Remember bringing them.
Yeah. So thanks. I know I started thinking, I have to think of words. Someone gave me a connection. I think that I know. Russia was English there. I love I love I So this vegan has a story behind it. Zalman was a Bolshevik, and Rebbe was saying one of the year or two after Rebbe stopped us somewhere in Russia, and he passed us a place. Actually, the story goes on pretty together. Years later, years later,
Even if it's one.
years later, the Rebbe telling me about the shop passing this location. Zalman Zabolski was sitting.
Where is that?
I don't remember the place. And the Rebbe shop passed by. Zalman was sitting on the stone or whatever. And we were singing this vegan for like a while. I don't know, how long. And the Rebbe shop was watching. He didn't know the Rebbe shop. The Rebbe shop also was then like in this with the beginning of those 10 years. But actually, I didn't know the Rebbe shop standing there. And he was singing this vegan. The Rebbe shop said, expressing. So they can go in and a chassid to Rebbe. So we will have that one. Saved it. And, yeah, so right in the beginning, I spoke to Stan for my spoke to the good of Ben, Abu Ben. First of all, when Abu Ben, I'm more Chinese than you could. A lot of times I like to say when Israelis, I don't know you guys don't know Yiddish, right? I took the Israelis, I always tell them they must learn Yiddish. And I say, basically, it's a pity because, you know, first of all, nowadays, languages, it's so easy to learn a language. I shouldn't complain about other people, maybe myself, but it's compelling. No one has yet come up with a easy, I mean, they have different cities. That should be an easy way to actually learn the language. Shouldn't be hard. Because you hear it directly from the Rebbe himself. So, based on the resolution of the Muslim, to point out there's different dates, the Rebbe's dates, you know, Dal Kislev, Chof Av Farbrengen, each one represents a different type of relationship. So, Yudal Kislev is Melech Am. That's when the Rebbe joins the royal family. Yitzchak is the Rebbe B'chassid. Yudal Kislev is Abu Ben. So, Rebbe B'chassid and Melech Am, the relationship of the Rebbe and the Chassid is very similar to a king and a nation. So, based on his work, based on his work, I would say that a king and a nation don't necessarily have to speak the same language. The king makes decrees, makes laws, whatever, king of the government, whatever, and then versteht some Sprach will translate it. It's not, you know, no big deal if you don't know that same language. Now there's a Rebbe B'chassid. That gives the Rosh. No? So you get the Rosh will get there. Especially nowadays, it's translated in languages. But it's impossible to have a relationship as an Abu Ben without knowing the Sprach. How could the son say, Daddy, wait a minute, I gotta go find out, bring a translator. You ever seen a parent talking to a child with a translator? So that, you know, if the Rebbe's going to talk to people, they have these chalemus, the Rebbe's going to talk Hebrew, the Rebbe's talking Yiddish. And everyone's going to have to understand Yiddish. Might as well do it now. Yeah, they have some mucker, say, okay. Yiddish will become much better.
For sure, the Rebbe not be speaking English.
There are sometimes say, if anything, Russian, because Russian is the only language ever spoken public. Right? Even English, this, you know, not semi, you know, the chidus, I think kids have to some, but a sikh in Russian, few sikhs in Russian. But yeah. Yeah. But that wasn't so public. That's the group of the Yechidus. The Yechidus never spoke even French. The Yechidus, I'm not talking about the Yechidus prophets now, I'm talking about Yechidus prophets clubs. You know, the small groups in Tafshim and base, lay workers in Tafshim and base. When it started, the transfer from regular standard years, I don't call it Yechidus prophets. I mean, it is called Yechidus scholars. It's another subject in its own, but I'm just saying, when the way Yechidus was when you were private in the room, then it became small groups. So they spoke to groups. And that was, by the way, Milamata Lamayat. People initiated and never accepted it. And they went in as groups, meaning to say, groups of 20, 30 people went to that room. And after Tishrei, they had, I don't know how many groups, they never spoke a few times. In Hebrew, let's say, a couple times in English and in French. I think those are the only three languages I think that we had then. And that went on for a year, so like that, then it became Clovis. Where what? That's right, Membeis, Mem Gimel. I don't know exactly. Then it became when I never started to speak upstairs in the Zal, similar to the Gvir. A few times it was like one upstairs. So upstairs in the Zal, and then very quite fast it went downstairs. And also downstairs, by the way, it was Chaim Baruch's shtick. He claimed, I don't know if I told him, didn't tell him. I mean, Skiris told him, I don't know. But he claimed the Tzechidus. So Mela, even though the Rebbe was talking a Sikha, that was the Sikha itself was no private stuff. You know what I mean? It contained the private message for each individual, obviously, like a Farbrengen, but it was a Farbrengen. So, but his shtick was that you can't, he didn't put a hook up on the outside in 770, because inside they only let the people who Yechidus, they let everyone. That makes sense. That was Sama came from the Rebbe. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered Yechidus. But the Sikha itself was not even heard outside. People sneaked into the Ezra Starship, so they heard it. Later, he would tell the tape again, but the Shas Meiser, it was like type. I don't know who made it up, but I can tell you one thing. I used to go a lot of times to Chaim Baruch's room, the corner over there, and I used to listen from there to the Yechidus. So after Pesach, after Pesach, Tavshin Dalet. So you're talking about maybe just about Gimel Dalet a little bit. But I remember the Slicha after Pesach when they ever started Rambam, they never spoke about Rambam after Pesach, but it didn't become actual Shir till Chozayin Nisan. They actually put together the very Shir. So the Yechidus was about that day. So the Yechidus, they never spoke about Rambam. Spoke about Rambam, was like naturally listening. And then the Rebbe says, "Over my head to speak to Umedum." Everyone is hearing it all over. And I'm very impressed with Yonis and Hakma Chaim Baruch that they were listening to the Sikh, because that second they switched on the mics, and the whole outside of 770. The second the Rebbe says they had to Umedum, they switched it on. And ever since then, Yechidus became, But talking about Yechidus, that reminds me of another very thing. We spoke earlier about this issue of challenge. Yeah. So first of all, everyone understands, even the most, how you say, coarse grub, even the grubstick cup thing, the people town is not the regular. How stupid can you be? There's so many visible in Yonim, Simonim, and not only that, one of the ways that I explain to people, mamash b'seichel, without no, like I said before about trusting the Rebbe, there's another similar Nakuda, which also, and when I tell people this, I always use the word doctor. I say Rabbi Schneerson, because I want to bring out the Seichel Shabbat, the Rebbe that's known, how you say the outgoing Rebbe. You have unfortunately, the Rebbe was mentioned it. Unfortunately, in the Snagin, he split Rambam without the first four prakim. It was such a material. Never even mentioned. The first four prakim, actually, the Rambam is mystical. They learned the children.
Not only that, but in the Frankel Rambam,
Maybe it doesn't have any back.
not funny.
Okay, basically. Yeah, could be. So Mazel tov. I didn't call you because I got the news in the middle of the rain. Always, I wish. You got a few days to think about the name. I'm saying till Thursday, Monday night, till Thursday. Yeah. What? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, stuff not as easy upbringing. I don't know how easy the birth was, but everything okay?
One life of a
Very good. Last, give us a minute. Yeah. Okay. I'm still something.
First guy?
Huh?
First guy?
No. This first I was going to now. I'm saying 13.
That one you said before, your grandpa was doing it before the times.
And by the way, I have this thing. I was when someone comes to grandfather. I wish he used to have as many grandchildren. One guy refused the bracha. You know who? Shalom Rosh. You know something?
I don't know.
No,
The
he
guy
says to me,
always comes up to me.
"I like your father, maybe like my father. My father is 116, his father is 150. So, and make sure like his age. No, I'm
That's father has
He's a big family. Why not?
girls. I mean, he's only.
What?
How many Rosh Hashanahs are there? My father.
How many siblings does your father have? They have 11.
Yeah, so my mother and my father, one's 11, one's 12.
Your father has 12 siblings and you're 11.
Something like that. You know? I'm keep track.
2000. So, yeah, like, you're talking about, I was saying something else, saying that now you have people that chop the first one, the last two. Okay, and they only talk about this beautiful outreach Rebbe, great, charismatic, unbelievable scientist, and all the crazy stuff. They like to leave out. Unfortunately, you don't talk about it. But what was I saying? I was saying, so when you take the Rebbe, trust the person, simple Rebbe, a person that we all know, not some type of some tzaddik that you don't know. When you think about it, the Rebbe didn't do. I don't know how I got the decision, but we'll get back to this. The Rebbe didn't do what a minimum average owner of a supermarket, not even a supermarket, just like people don't know there used to be cassettes and the records, they also don't know there used to be this corner, how do you say, makolet, Hebrew, Hebrew? Grocery store. Down the block from your father's store, you remember there's a guy called Lipska. He still comes around, so it's empty. So, I have my memories of Lipska. So Lipska had it with the chocolate, right?
In between the rats.
Huh?
In between the rats, they sell the Kool-Aid drink.
So listen, I have a memory that after these Anotzach, I hate taters. So I don't remember much. I can only tell you that next morning when I threw up, I was throwing up vodka, enough that you were able to read green. I had no Farbrengen in my system. I just said mashka. And then I was looking for something sweet. I woke up already. I wasn't around. Like the whole celebration that started by night, I really wasn't around. So I missed the whole night celebration. I was only the whole afternoon till the night. So the next morning, when everyone was still sleeping, I woke up and I went to the Lipska's store and I was looking for something sweet. I didn't know Hilchas much yet. I didn't know what you're not supposed to drink. But I bought orange juice and apple juice. That's what I bought. And I went to 1414. I dragged myself over to 1414. And I was drinking a lot. I was looking sweet. I like sweet. See? I'm sorry, I don't like. I drink sweet. I like English. So then I started to throw up. That's the worst thing to take after mashka. Now it's throwing up quick. But getting back to Lipsky. So it used to be so. I was saying any owner of a small little grocery store that doesn't have a natural successor, and he's successful, semi-successful, he will make sure that he'll give it over to someone. He'll do something with it. He's not going to just leave it, and. Okay, you don't have to be Moshe Rabbeinu to say Yifked Hashem Ruchas to Kol Basar. The Rebbe has to appoint someone. Yeah, someone actually showed me this year. I heard it from a Yid in Monsey, Chaim on Yifked Hashem Ruchas to Kol Basar. You look it up later. He writes unbelievable. Moshe Rabbeinu some days. It says in Rashi, Moshe Hashem Leimer, answer me. I want to know the answer. He told the Rebbe, if you're going to find someone that can handle the job. And he can handle all these, yeah. And good. Basically, he told the English I'm not going if you don't get someone instead. Now, all people think about Seichel HaPari. Out of all people, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, that's not 48. When he started, he was 48, and already almost no one at that age has children. Talking about after a lot of tests, 3 heart attacks. When did the Rebbe Rashab write it so long? In his 30s. The Rebbe is not concerned. He's not concerned. Everyone asks, who's the next Rebbe? The only one that's not concerned is the Lubavitcher Rebbe himself. Come on. Where's the Seichel? And not only that he's not concerned, if you know a little bit more, when the Rebbe did acknowledge Gimel Tammuz, and they never did give instructions, which that alone is magnificent to think about it. Usually people, when they write to us, they say it. You're supposed to hear it, that. They never says, if something like Gimel Tammuz happens, then everything stays the same as it was. That's exactly what they wrote, right? Everything stays the same. These 3 meisters, the build on, but the people that wrote it, and now we have who are the people that they ever put in position over there? The people that were there before. But some of these people were older than the Rebbe. So what's the point? You understand? And Chabad Mendel, they never spoke orally, spoke peh, and they wrote it. So they checked it over. So I don't know if you know, but they didn't think, obviously, that's stupid. Think that they're going to be Rebbe. I'm not even sure of that. But they wrote it in such a style that it looked like that the pyramid was led by them, like this. Like they're on the top of the pyramid. Yes, because in a way they are like in charge of those moises till it goes over to the next person. But they wrote it in such a way that and this I'm already saying with Yashmor, because I don't know 100%, but the way I heard is that they never like crossed that whole piece out and wrote, something, I don't know the words, Liberow and has two people. So basically they never made sure that there's no one in charge, right? So, but doesn't the question immediately give the answer? The question gives the answer. That there's no need, you don't need to appoint leadership. It is leadership. But why did I bring this up? I brought it up for a living. I started to say something else. Forgot.
It's a good point on its own.
No, but
what's the point of Rabbi Schneerson?
no, I wanted to be madgish. I was just telling you how I say it to people. And I say this. I'm saying, don't even look at him as a Rebbe. Look at him as a, that was what I meant to say. As a regular, great leader or whatever. Not in a Rebbe way, not in a Muna way. In Seichel HaPosh. Whatever, so the same thing, I don't know exactly what I was going to say, but it doesn't make any sense. What? The point is that also this whole thing of Surah Sefer. Think about it. Who was the one? Some people, but we can have it. There's a difference of having a question on the English in the way that you question the English, which causes you chas v'shalom sveikas, or your teveya from the English, you mon from the English. It's a different thing. The muscle, there was an individual, I cannot say his name, because it will be pure, solid Lashon Hara, but it's a chashuv person in the village. That I met up with him for whatever reason. I had a whole plan, suggestion, do a Gimel Thomas stuff in the day. First year after Gimel Thomas. And I went, whatever, trying to get all this things. It didn't work out. I wanted to get the sides together. My idea was that to make an event together is just practically impossible. This guy's shrine. That you can't get an event where people, this won't work. But I thought being the Bashgacha Protestant for Gimel Thomas Shabbos, after Gimel Thomas Shabbos, so that's a great opportunity to come together in the time of Man Kodesh, Mokim Kodesh, 1:30, time that ever the Mesiras Nefesh took away. You think about it till today, it bothers me why people don't designate the 1:30 to 3 o'clock average to do something to learn a sikha to make that time holy, because at the end of the day, you think about it, the Rebbe of Mesiras Nefesh took away the Shabbos afternoon from thousands of families to make a farbrengen every Shabbos, right? They never started to do Tafshin Av. But Tafshin Av, people are not yet refined enough, and they say that some ladies complain. So that's what they say. They never stopped it. And the Mems never started to farbrengen a lot of Shabbos in. But after the test, after the time was passed away, after the Shleishim, they never began to farbrengen every Shabbos. Every Shabbos in the winter, there's no Shabbos afternoon, right? And even in the summer, it's also you're delaying Shabbos afternoon, 4 or 5 o'clock. So that means it's a whatever, but that's not the point I want to say. So it's a chashuv, it's a zman miyuchad, the mokim miyuchad, yom miyuchad. I said, my suggestion was that everyone, I wanted it to come from all angles, everyone to come together and not do anything, not even read a sikha, because that alone is already controversial. Which sikha do we read? Let's see what we do. And everyone to think what he wants. One guy should think that it's here, one guy should think that it's coming in, one guy should think that it's amazing. Whatever you want, just think what you want, and just let it. That was my idea. And the only problem that could have occurred was that some people will see you think. But I said, okay, no, they Shabbos. No friend. Officially, the reason was once upon a time it was because of friend. Okay, makes sense. Friend can't tolerate it. I think so. People think. But that was the smallest problem. I go over to this guy. and I presented this paper explaining, and he completely ignores me. And he just tells me, I mean, he ignores this thing, and he goes to another subject. He says, "You're making the children the sugar. You're making the youth, the kids, the sugar." And you tell them Mashiach stuff today, Mashiach stuff tomorrow, today, tomorrow. What do you want? Well, we shouldn't say that. So Mashiach come today. That's what the Rebbe teaches us to do. He says, "There was something else." I mean, just in Shabbos, I was talking to someone, and I try to mention a medrash. There was a medrash circulating last couple of weeks. I don't know. Very, very interesting. It's a medrash called Pirkei Cholos. It's a medrash called Tanor, Kiva, whatever. I actually mentioned it. That name of that medrash was mentioned in the Gas of Torah. But over the years, I'm embarrassed to say, I don't know. When I was reading it, it says over the Kabashal Melech Olav, the Pirkei Cholos. You remember Salafin? Someone in the Gas of Torah, that you dip when a person sins, he takes the Melech. Toilet, yeah. So I never understood what means Melech Olav, the Pirkei Cholos. I know what it means. You know what it means? Huh? You know what it means? It's a muffin. I'm sorry. It's a good joke. That's why I said it. I didn't know what it meant. When did I find it?
In the chambers of the palace.
Whatever. When did I find out what Pirkei Cholos means? 20 years ago, they publicized the Mendes Pirkei Cholos. I said, "Oi!" I said, "Pirkei Cholos is the name of the Sefer. It's the name of the Mocker."
By the way, the Medrash, I know that.
That's
Untimely.
originates in Pirkei Cholos. This, because I know there's a similar Mendes, similar Russian. Okay, so listen. So the Medrash that they were circulating the last couple of weeks, Mamish, yeah, almost word for word. A lot of times when Joshua, obviously, what do we know exactly what the meaning of the Medrash, what it can mean? But it says over there such a description that the year Mashiach will come. So it mentions over there taste, something to do with taste. It mentions a lot of Bali Amona, it's an expression for people will die. It mentions over there the world will change. It mentions something about transportation, like English of Bob Shalom, talking about transportation. A lot of things that mamish fit well with the current situation. Okay, so the nature of it is that you see something, grab onto it. Yeah. So I try to tell this membership guy, Joshim, I told him, I tried to tell him, listen, after all, the Joshim is something that they never said to learn in B'nai Mashiach. They never said, they never actually gave a list. They never themselves made a list. He says, learning B'nai Mashiach will go to the whole Chelkat Torah. And he said, Teresh B'Tzava, Teresh B'Apeh, Gemara, and Midrash, and Zayar, and Zayar, and I never went as far as spelling out the Kuttasitas, Amar the Kuttasitas and Siddharim, which means almost like saying very clear, my cities. That went as far. It goes even further, by the way. More than even the Kuttasitas. I'll get to that in time. But so the Rebbe says, I told Midrashim, so his title was, and he just kept reading, his title was, yeah, you tell me Midrashim, you tell me she's coming now, and so I reminded myself of that guy that also had the same title. And the etzem, it's a time of tzedekis. In the end of the day, it is making us crazy, right? Oh, tapping out, tapping out. So I told him, I tried to explain to him, he was like so nervous, I said, yes, it's true, you have to be careful how you say it. You're not supposed to come and say, yeah, I know for sure she's coming tonight, today. That we can't say. But you can say that this is the era, what exactly the significance. Timing, we don't really know, but it's supposed to excite us, using young. And then I tell him, this big nanny blew on. I tell him, and I time this the whole time. I tell him, look, Medrash or Yalkut Shemaini. So he didn't tell me, obviously he would say, but he didn't say that. He didn't say to me, the Rebbe could say, this other guy said, the Rebbe could say, what do I mean? The Rebbe also wants us to say. What did he tell me? He tells me, yeah. He says, you see, that Medrash also, the 7 years coming in come. I tell him, excuse me? Who said that Medrash? Who publicized that Medrash? He didn't, it took him a while till I managed to calm him down, tell him to never publicize Medrash. And you know how, by the way, how that Medrash came about? You know?
Someone who was it?
A guy called Klein. I heard this Yosef Kazen on the show. You know, Yosef Kazen, by the way. Don't know Chabad.org, you know. Is his name over there?
His father was doing Chabad or.
And now I started to remember who he's about. I got it. His father was about some 70. Huh? No,
Such
yeah.
guy.
From England, no? Not from England. Huh?
Yeah.
He's English, right?
No.
French. But now I remember, yeah. So he did it with him. Just occasion there. Oh. So he also occasion, so is his name mentioned over there or some other? No? What did they get to give it back?
Kazen, not Rabbi Levi here. But
Oh,
they have
yeah,
these
so-
random people like Hannah Weisberg on there.
Relative? Yeah. Why she was also one of the
She's on there now.
It's just so he also occasion, but they say he was in the first 100 websites, right?
Yeah.
The other occasion told me the story. He says, I think he was like the one that actually Klein gave this Klein. Was an interesting guy. He was not about it, but he was like so devoted to the Rebbe. Skinny guy, tall skinny guy. Yeah. I think, by the way, I'm not sure if he got killed, but he definitely had some type of hold on train. I don't know exactly what happened to him, but it's not around him. So he, the way I heard the story of Russ Occasions, that he already presented this message to Rebbe 10 years before in the Persian, in the Iran-Iraq war, Iran-Iraq. I call it Gulf, Iran-Iraq, whatever they call it, yeah. And that, the Medrash, in a way, is a little bit more suitable to that. But the Rebbe gave it to the Rebbe didn't make an issue out of it. That's why a Medrash really, you can only talk about it in past, and only if it's good. You know, you come like this Mustang and start telling you about all the fire and all the people that are going to die and all that stuff. But, you know, when it comes to a Medrash, you have to interpret it. If you interpret it good and it's past, then you have that courage to do it. True, that's not true. Otherwise, you know, what was supposed to in a Medrash? So here you see that Rebbe did not take that Medrash anywhere at that time. 10 years later, I don't know again if he didn't present it directly to the Rebbe. Maybe he did also, I'm not sure. But he hung it up to 770. And this is and the Rebbe walks out.
This is fine.
Yeah, flying through caves and whatever. And the Rebbe walks out 770. It's the beginning of the Persian Gulf War, which actually started in Tafshin Nahal. Tafshin Nun. Yeah. Which one? He's not. Whatever. He's I was kind of first. He gave the Rebbe once in a very. He's like a very. Find that out.
With the Hungarian,
Maybe.
I remember him saying, he remember once bar parking for Liberow. I'll take it over there. Someone asked him, "Would you do girlfriend?" I said, "Hey, the league not boy in the contact in the palace in Bordeaux."
That type of guy he was. He wasn't officially in the Babich, but he was very big cost of the Yeah. So the Rebbe, so then what happened was the Rebbe walked out and the Rebbe gave a quick look at the Medrash. And then the Rebbe went upstairs, I don't know exactly. Right away, or an hour later, I don't know. The Rebbe told Label to say that you should add the next two lines on the Medrash. That is, on the Rabbanim B'Shar Shemelech HaMashiach Ba, Eimer L'Gag Beis HaMikdash V'Machnes Eimer Anod Mikdash V'Machnes. So, why was I bringing this up? I wanted to say, so when you come and you have a kindness today, it's covered, you say, hey, Mr. Rebbe, what's going on over here? You know, what are we supposed to do? How can you know, it's hard. We'll keep telling the people the same news. It's old news, but it's still news. You have to make it fresh. You have to keep telling people. And what gives you the courage to be able to continue is that the Nakuda that I brought up. That you have to, you want to be sure with yourself, you do the right thing. You think about what's the seichel. Why would the Rebbe tell us if the Rebbe had the slightest doubt that it might not exactly happen? In other words, we're basically really, really going on a solid bridge. It's clear cut that no doubt that the Rebbe did not intend that Gimel Tammuz Tavshin and Dalet, we should turn backwards. It doesn't fit in the whole vocabulary of Siddur, the Klal, and the Lubavitch Mishpat. You just got the problem. Don't turn back. And the Rebbe knew this. Come on, the Rebbe didn't expect things like the Rebbe even already acknowledged Gimel Tammuz before he was saying all these words because happened. So that's the Seichel Shabbat. And now the only thing that Gimel Tammuz did is it made it hard for us. It's like someone said, the guy that was in Tzava and Israel was describing Imunim. Very hard. I mean, every so very hard. I say Imunim training. Yeah. So he was describing a real scenario, a real situation, a real over there. Make them walk, run. I can't even walk a mile. 40, 50 miles. They go so much. And they schlep and it's like a malach in my hands. And he says they're running they have to get a certain destination. At least that the destination is coming. And not everyone makes it there. Finally, the soldiers that make it there, they think now they're going to collapse, we're going to be able to fall on the grass and lay down, right? No, the Fakir says, go right. Okay, so they go to the other end of the village. Go. They come to the other end. Do we stop now? No, go. Go out of the village and they keep going another mile or two after they already reach the destination. That's what people tell. It's like, it's part of the test. Just keep going. And talking about now, safely, it's very hard. And the time is a time. But that's not to say, so that matters. It makes people, so let's not talk about it anymore. Because we can't tell people anymore, the Mashiach is coming. Who gave you permission to stop? You know what I mean? I sometimes, Baruch Hashem told me that the crowd would change. I say things that I didn't say before. But the embassy, if you think about it, you read the Rebbe Sichel, quite clear that you ever heard this expression they say that the Frierdiker Rebbe once told the Richard Masman, Chof Av Farbrengen, told him, just in Aveda, just in Siddur, Rebbe, Scholar, Aveda, Zalman, Rebbe, Tustu Tashbar. Tustu means you're active in Tashbar. Tashbar is the language of Islam. That was the ongoing, the immediate Indian that Frierdiker Rebbe was then active in. Milchemes Hashem. Bist du meine? Anish bist du Taka Rebitcha, bist nicht meine. So, what's Aveda? What's Siddur? That's not part of Torah, it's not part of the Rebbe. But it comes to a certain point. Tustu Tashbar bist du meine. Basically, what the Rebbe is saying in Sichel Kaisar basis is or you'll find in Igros Kodesh here and there, relatively not once, but the Rebbe is complaining to these Askonim that semi-Lubavitchers or Lubavitchers that drifted away, so to say, and get involved in other things, good as that. The Rebbe uses the expression, Avokami Shelilo Natarta, my Vidya. The Rebbe wasn't talking to Bali Aveir, he's talking to people that are doing Torah mitzvahs. But Kami Shelilo. The Rebbe's Inyan, right? The Rebbe's Inyan. What's the Rebbe's Inyan? Inyan of Mashiach. And technically, if you'll be doing a lot of good things. But if it's not, like the Rebbe uses the Lashon, Chodur b'nechudazu, if it's not, everyone has his way. That's already something else. When you go, when the person, just like tefillin, I always tell people, you go to Mr. Tefillin. Depends who you are, depends who you're dealing with. If the guy's an Israeli, you can go there and say to him, Allah Wanishma, and you can put a yarmulke without asking him on his head, you can roll up the sleeve without asking him, and you can put a do You go to a lawyer, can't do that, right? Everyone understands. Sometimes even you might even have to delay. Yeah, okay, so they're right. That's who you are. Depends the situation. Depends on a lot of things. But everyone knows that the mitzvah is to put on tefillin and not to learn derech mitzvah is that mitzvah tefillin. Best to say it is that mitzvah tefillin derech mitzvah. Okay, so I'm not best. No one knows. but that's why I went back. But before even, it's not to learn about tefillin mitzvahs, wherever it is. That's for sure places. Huh? What? Mitzvah. Yeah, it's about putting on tefillin. And why? You have to find the right words. You have to find I want to give you some interesting marshal. when the Rebbe says to put on tefillin, okay, so there's place to discuss how to approach this mitzvah. Let's say, what type of literature should we make? Should we make this color, that color, this picture, that picture? That's free for discussion. And the Rebbe obviously wants you to work with mumchim and the. But the Rebbe doesn't want you to ask a mumche if we can put up on people out. He wants you to use your own common sense of how to get to that yid. And even if, let's justify that you sometimes have to delay a day or two because you feel that that would be the best time to get yid. No, acceptable. You know what I mean? Another guy would say, no, that's debatable. But there's no debate in the film. Now, what happens when it comes to making literature? The Rebbe picks a certain picture, a certain design. He wants this type of literature. Oh, so that already also becomes, that's already also not debatable, right? What the Rebbe wants you to take the design that he picked and make the best out of it. He'll allow you to pick the color. He'll allow you to decide how you're going to give it out, send it, mail it, hand it, I don't know, anything else but. Then when the Rebbe reaches the next point, and he says, I want to be done this way, there's no question, right? Let's say mitzvah tank. Mitzvah tank is a real debatable issue. Quite crazy. Till today, I have a mitzvah tank in Liberow. I mean, till today, mitzvah tank is a little bit more normal, but it's still a crazy thing, right? So it's debatable. It's debatable if mitzvah tank is the right approach, right? But not after the Rebbe says mitzvah tank is the right approach. But now you still have place to you still have where you are required and relied upon to make it good. For example, when I took mitzvah tank in my year, 770, I was very, very, actually got a lot of young kids, the kids from the 80s, and the men's, they hate Liberow. Why? Because when I was on one of the tanks, I was very restricted very much. But I don't want that there should be 10 kids on the mitzvah tank. Because it becomes another gun, and it keeps playing around, and it's not presentable. And I was always concerned that it should be presentable. You know what I mean? So I used to limit it, and the kids hated me for it. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. I'm just trying to explain to the Kuda. I used to make sure that the signs on the mitzvah tank, it's crazy enough, a mitzvah tank. Make sure the signs are hung nice. Take there, and and I used to try all different things. What I'm trying to bring out is that you have the task, and then you have the area where the Rebbe is expecting and relying and gives you the koiches. That's why I also kind of that there you have toyu and you have tikkun, right? You have those that say toyu is too. I can't handle it. I never meant it. Okay, never meant it. I don't know. I can't do it. I'm doing tikkun. With all respect, friendship circle. That's great, nice. What else do you like, people? I'll do that. Soup kitchen. I'll do soup kitchen. Yeah, it's all good. It's all great. But these are all the things that you call tikkun. This is stuff that whatever the people like, that's what we're gonna do. This you don't like. Well, I think you don't like it. We'll leave it out. What does it ever mean? I don't know. Hey, spoken English. Okay, say it. Then you have the guys that love Toyu. Toyu, I'm a chaya. They take the hot wine out of the bowl and they start burning the world. I don't care. There's no world. There's no world. And they do whatever they want. Yeah, that's the group that's in 7-7. Okay. So I don't know if it's better to tell you alone, take it over. They both have to do what they want. Because the Rebbe has a different agenda. The Rebbe wants the impossible. He wants to tell you to go into the tikkun. He wants you to use he wants it to use 1,000 watts or 100,000 watts, and he wants it in a bowl. He doesn't want it just open wires. He wants it in a bowl. And you work hard. And if you didn't succeed, the word they say. If you're Meshiga, you're rich and you're not Meshiga, that means that you don't have enough money. If you drank mashka and you didn't become Shika, that means you didn't have enough. And if you learn Chassidus and you're not a man, that means you didn't learn enough. I mean, if you didn't succeed and you didn't bring the gula yet, that means you didn't do enough. Work harder. Keep going. And try again. And believe that this takes us. And it's hard. It's hard. It's not easy. No one ever said that life is easy. It's not easy. Another thing. People always
with the signal or something. When did you got easy life? He did a mission to there, to Russia.
You'll see.
And I think Deb Siegel, he wasn't allowed to, he was close to there, but no, I'm not sure exactly who he is. I heard him speak. Anyway, so I would send him all the time, and he'd spend hours with the Rebbe. When he came back from Russia, by the way, it was a shikha difficult. So the Rebbe doesn't, since when did you sign a contract with David? That means like, no.
So basically,
I'm sure this is
used to maybe once. That's Elvin. Elvin. No, Titus also went to Russia.
his father maybe was also Deb Siegel, I think his name was. No. He spoke, I think his father spoke it.
So the point is that we have a test, and it's not an easy test, but we have purpose, and we believe that we have the purpose, we need the purpose. And even though we think to ourselves, yeah, we 6, 7, 8, 9 people that are here now, we can have everybody stays. If it ever means what he says what he means. Like we said earlier, the Rebbe said Chof Av Farbrengen, then that's what he meant. He said that yes, it can be. Now, still, it doesn't have to be only you, only me. It can be a lot of people together, but it could be an individual that really takes it serious, and it has to do with Tzai Avodah B'chutz and Tzai Avodah the Golos Pnimin Avodah Hashem. Everyone knows what they have to do. That's instead of asking, people keep asking, when's Mashiach? Where's Mashiach? They have to ask, where are we? You have to say, where are we? Oisius that Rebbe uses, such oisius that I've learned from so many times, and every time I read it, it blows my mind over again. I can't believe it. So that's it. Time. So he did interesting. He wrote
a beautiful article.
Well, he was an interesting guy. People didn't like personality. Was also when he came to the Rebbe, but he took the Rebbe for 10 minutes. Everyone hated him for that. But he had this incredible. The Rebbe had this incredible connection to him. I mean, the Rebbe always gave him the time. I don't know. How do you know?
Feel another person.
Still hell, but he says, time in the Farbrengen, it took for 10 minutes. They never spoke to him. They never, it could be someone really also. But the Rebbe was important, I guess. This guy, he was the Ishmael B'chutz. He was the Rebbe's, the Rebbe had the whole apparatus. It was like there's a, very simply said, it's W. Duma first, the Rebbe dedicated time to people that were active. The Rebbe wrote in the letters, in the early years, there was some elder Chassidim that felt a little bit offended that the Rebbe was giving time to these young shlukas, these young guys that are, such a really must, I don't know who these guys that would do things. And the elder Chassidim were not getting so much attention with the Rebbe. And the Rebbe answered, the Rebbe said, I got business to do, something like that. These are people that are doing stuff. And then, Simcha Alvik doesn't make a difference. That's another thing. Sometimes people get this feel that the Rebbe spoke to me. Am I? We're talking about the Rebbe can speak to anyone. It doesn't make a difference who you are, what you are. Simcha Alvik is a good dogma because he was nishkemensh. That's it. He was a what you doing? But he was a person that did stuff. He was active, and anyone that's active, you see it in all different sides. Anyone that was active and did inyanim, the Rebbe gave his time. Simple, very simple. And the Rebbe gave us a lot of time because the Rebbe trusts us that we're going to be active. Right? The Rebbe loved the Yoni Torah and things, by the way, they say that now, he said Dr. Weiss once said, she said it once publicly, that he, is involved with the Rebbe, he got to know the Rebbe say the Hayyim, Doctor, he said it's incredible. He says that 8 18 hours of the cycle all day, less. He said that should they think about all the massive Muslim and the Chabad, I think he said 18 hours. Everybody dead 18 hours. Doesn't go in. I'm still talking, I was telling you on the way about that. Had two hours. That was very, also with Dallas, by the way, if you pay attention, you'll see that the Rebbe has a special people for people Bali Maisa and also Bali Torah. Any Rosh Hashiva, any Sefer, any guy who's Kazakhstan will ever get suddenly very, I say, it's very excited. Huh? Bachram has to become London, right? Like a nice, but tell me, so what is Zalman's wife with son?
Brother, yeah.
The whole city will come down, tape, especially in days, on tape, obviously. We never talk so much about, in England. Yeah. I don't want to talk much of that. Okay, so ready to move?
Regarding the lost book, what language does that mean?
Japanese.
Huh?
Why Japanese?
No, I'm just kidding.
He said in Yiddish.
By the way, you're supposed to cover your nose.
I'm just
You could actually get over.
Huh?
You're eating it, you could be over uncovered.
Put that in your mouth.
The guidelines. See,
By the way, talking about what we're saying.
So just an iron base, it says something very interesting here. The Terase Shalshia, there's not going to be multiple language, the speech, the Dibor, the whatever,
Yeah, right.
new
not going to be
education.
multiple language, with the way to speak, we're just going to be able to see it.
Like sign language.
I guess they'll be speaking also something.
Sign language. The universal sign language.
No, because when you learn something, you sing is believe me.
People say pshat, yeah, that's what people say pshat. Whatever Pshat was ready in 9 days, that's the internet. You're just gonna look up on his screens all over and you're gonna see Mashiach for you.
And start with Seven that it's clear that this whole internet and everything. I mean, first of all, by the way, talking about things that already happened. There's a lot of young that ever pointed out that already happened. Not brachas that they're going to happen. So I think it's true. I think it's a real something understands, some we don't understand. But take for example, Mullah Horov Desert. Never did mention specifically. Never just said it. Look at everything in a Gulik way. Talking about the threshold. The word that Ginsburg says is that the threshold, you have an option. You can look in, because you're on the threshold, you can also look out. So you can see in everything, Mikra Nikris, the cloud, the sky, the Koshkin, you might say, you can say Mikra Nikris. You can say, Trump, one election, this, that. And then you can look inside the same, this is all Moshe Mashiach. I'm the quickest. You know what I mean? Take for example, Mother Earth, there's Hashem, yeah? Mother Earth, there's Hashem. If you think the Puritan is what does it mean? There was 15 years ago, it was nothing, couldn't even. So what does it mean? It's another one of these big sukkim. What does it mean? Today, we're in a time that we're already in. We're in it. You have a Matthias Muchachis, a tangible reality that Moloch, the Hashem. Take out your phone. Yeah, except Shabbos. You know what story they say?
Yeah.
Nowadays, any joke you say, everyone knows already. And you can touch your phone and you can 150,000. This is Moloch Hashem Elamai, where the Tkufa, where the water is I don't know how it works in Florida, but in New York they have a river called Hudson River and it's water, right? But I had my son's daughter, actually the one who said the baby. On a short while, I was looking to Mexico, whatever. So I went to visit them last year. So obviously it took us to the waters, some waters over there. I've never been to Bahamas, but I'm not planning to go. But I went to Mexico, it took us to the water, there's a place, and they have seven colors. Should they? You heard of it? Huh? So that's seven.
Where in Mexico?
I don't know, somewhere they were, they were Tulum. They were Tulum. Shimon Cholim or what do you call it? Yeah. So the water is so clear. What I'm trying to say is the Mayim, the Yom HaChasim, Malach Des Hashem, is still in the Eifron that the water is still dirty Hudson River waters. And our tactic now is that the wood, like they never said, the belt is great. You know, by the way, it's actually a sickle people down. Option now. Last time we were there, said people down. So they never says over there. The time was the belt is the Shonen. Yeah. So they never says name. The belt is great. That doesn't say ignore the word like the Torah guys say. Ignore the word. That's what it says. He says the belt is great. Farty goes to the two things. And actually, the same guy that complained to me about that you make things crazy. Me meant this whatever. So the same guy also wants to express himself. Obviously, they're tachos, but all these tachos eventually, you know the story of Miriam was Bilga. Yeah, Miriam was Bilga. The whole group, the whole shpacha was punished. Why? Because what the child says, he heard it home. But her father didn't talk like her. Father was a from Yid. But the father is that the Tamal Adagitan, ich verstehe nicht, the Mizbeach, so many korbanos. That's what she get. And then she said it in the grubber even later. You understand? So this guy, he didn't say mamish in the. He said, I don't know which world the Rebbe is talking about. The world that I know is not ready. They said it in their tachos, but that tachos eventually creeps. You know what I mean? So the Rebbe said the world is ready. That means that the Kalim, the internet was created. Klar, you can see it's a messianic union. It's an avua. It's the whole technology. It says in Zayah, how you do in Papas Noach, that the whole technology is part of the process of Gula. Kolshkin things like internet, LMI, our tafkid and our opportunity, challenges to clean the waters. So the Mullah Earth, Deus Hashem should be absolutely pure Deus Hashem. That's the tafkid. But you have so many young that are going on, and we have people ask, no, so what's happening? Well, it's happening. It's true that we expected it all to happen in one big bang, but I guess it's not happening in one big bang. It's happening in a process. The actual moment of Gula, which is actually won't happen in a split second. Also, take the training that they ever gave us. I was just discussing also. There's so many. One of the things I always complain is that there should be some massive convention where everyone comes together for a long time, not for an hour, 2 or 3, where people share knowledge. I mean, say the so-called quote-unquote sides. There's a lot of knowledge that people don't know. At least one side doesn't know. The other side, or both sides don't know. And if there'll be a sharing knowledge, there'll be a whole different attitude. I was talking to this guy in Shabbos. The amount of stuff that he doesn't even know what I'm talking about blew my mind. Real stuff like I was telling you, this is not such an important issue, but I was shocked that he didn't know. I bet you know that Farbrengen that the Rebbe came suddenly in the 770. Right? Nasi, right. Actually, I never even thought about it as Nasi. Interesting. Now, I know they never talks about Nasi, but Nasi. Pashas Nasi, touched an hour. They ever walked in. Think about it, you should know that it was less expected then than you're expecting it now. Now, the Rebbe walking in something over here is beyond your imagination, but you're expecting more. Yeah? Then, the expectation that the Rebbe is going to walk in Tafshin Nun Aleph, not Tafshin Yud Gimel, Tafshin Nun Aleph, that the Rebbe is going to walk suddenly into 770 when there's about 50 people in 770 is like 1 foot. 1 foot of a chair in this room. It's like, what's 50 people in 770? Then you go back, I think it was also there. No one was there. The secretaries went home. 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the evening. 8 o'clock in the evening, Shabbos afternoon. The Rebbe already made it for bringing early in the day. And suddenly the Rebbe was in his room alone. Secretary had grown away. I went home. Only a chamber of the door. And the Rebbe walks out of his room. Usually everything, there's always someone there. And the Rebbe walks with a towel. You know the story? The Rebbe walks with a towel.
Isn't there a video of that?
No.
Shabbos. So they didn't get it. Shabbos. And he walks in with a towel and a fork. People whoever was there, Holtzman, Holtzman, I think, the guy that lives here in Flanders somewhere. Then the guy by some sand, the other house, the guy by some sand. That's also one of the things we some share. So he, I think he was also there. And they never walked in. I don't know when they never heading to shock. I understand. Everyone understands that this is like. And they never starts walking, not this from Reagan place, but he's walking to down. And whilst whether it takes like a long minute, they have to walk. Someone understood already that they have needs a chisel. And they have also this color. He's coming to do something over here, right? What do you do with quart and water? It's today's example. And so I think he said that someone tried to present the hat. That she bought the hat, obviously they refused. I don't know, things of more. But then he brought, I think, that he used the cover of the urn. Cover of the urn he brought. And then challah somehow, some say it came from the third floor, some say it came from the other house. I don't know, but somehow challah developed. I mean, it was challah, maybe it was challah. And they have a Washington, they went up with the bima, and he asked to take his chair up. And then he put his siddur. It's all how you say, and then he puts the siddur on the banister. Then he brought the small table, the shag had a table on the bottom of the block. And it was a very spiritual Farbrengen that I've said to see me good at all that I made. Second Farbrengen, same day. And I remember personally, I was staying, you know whose house I was staying by? You know Hilda Krinsky? A little son. His wife was my wife's cousin, and my wife was then was past due. So, Chlal, the Oilam, the Rebbe those days, the Rebbe Farbrengen 130, Farbrengen was over, 334. Yeah. I mean, I'm saying average, and then it would be mincha. So in a summer like that, I mean, on a summer day, mincha, what Mario was 8:45. So the Rebbe, the Oilam wouldn't even come back to mincha. There's no mincha. I mean, you won't come back 8 o'clock because it's mincha. Most Oilam die with mincha. Except I say it there, but you would come back to Mario. So most people came like 8:30. So they came in the middle of the Farbrengen. I happened to be in that house, and I don't know if it was my Yitzhak or my Yitzhak, I don't know exactly which one, but I didn't even come from Mayer. Because, actually, my wife, maybe I was lazy, I don't know, but I really got punished for it, for sure. I get a call from Paris. Her brother, Moshe Gorelick, he calls me from Paris. He's calling to find out what's going on. He already Paris here. Because it's already past, already month of Shabbos, someone called. And he calls, he wants to find out, but his sister wasn't there. I guess they want to speak to me. They went to 770. I'm there myself. And I pick the phone and says, Zalman. Yeah, says, what are you doing here? Me. He says, Rebbe Farbrengen. What? Rebbe Farbrengen in 770. I ran like a machine. I come to 770. And there's this massive human wall. I try to climb up, and all I hear is, Baruch Elokeinu Shachal Mishalai V'Tuv Chayil, like in a bench. That's all I heard. Benching. So also today's Zalman. Yes. So Rebbe gave a Kasher Bracha. Very unique Farbrengen. That Farbrengen.
Do you get Kasher Bracha?
Yeah. That Farbrengen. The Rebbe said an expression, says that the Divrei HaYalkut Shemaini, the words of the Yalkut Shemaini have already been misguided. It says, Shona Shemelech HaMashiach. Here, people question, say, oi! So that, by the way, I heard, unfortunately, I'm on speaking with the great guy, and he has very great gifts. I mean, maybe not just gifts, but
It's different.
it's different, but he's very good. But unfortunately, his mind, they show him shit twisted a little bit. And I heard that he was very strong before. He was very strong. But unfortunately, when I say Atachayil Hoden Das, you know what I asked David? Not too much. Please. Because it makes you crazy, You know what it says in Hayyam Beis Tevis, last day of the it says that the Rebbe Rashab said that fragt die Größe Sticha, Gamma Noshim Bali Meichim, Yanichu es Sichlam al Atzad, Veloy Leilech Acha Tarvadas. Tarvadas is good. It's even better than hands and feet. But only if you use your hands and your feet properly, or you use your das properly. And the way to use das properly is not Leilech Acha Tarvadas. There's a famous medrash, Shalom Bevolp always talks about it. It's a medrash that says, did I ever even mention the medrash? It's not just, did I ever mention the medrash? It's a medrash that says that the Eibishter told Yeravim ben Nevat, told him, "Boy, Chazer b'cha, do tshuva, v'boy v'ani v'aton v'benyishai neilech v'letayil v'ganeden." Me, you, and Ben Yishai, or me, Ben Yishai, and you, whatever, will go and take a walk in the Eden. So Yeravim asked the Eibishter, "Mi bareish?" He told him Ben Yishai bareish. He said, "I don't want." What's the shot? I mean, after all, Yeravim ben Nevat was a big Russia, but after all, all the big Roshayim were big Talmudic and Kabbalistic. All the trouble in the middle came from the big people, yeah? I mean, and the Torah doesn't tell to us, because the Torah wants to badmouth Bali Yisrael. The Torah tells to us that you should know that big people, but you have to know when to listen. Big people is important. Yiddishkeit does demand that you should follow big people, but to a certain degree. Yes, then you have to know, you have to have the seichel, you have to have the built-in common sense to know when you go with the big people, when the big people go into the bigger people, whatever. But Yeravim ben Nevat was a guy that Achi Achileni, the Baal Shem Tov's Rebbe, he was the one that made him a king, and he was the one that used to learn the big Talmudic and Kabbalistic. It says over there, they knew the whole Torah. All these Chalel, some sorry for the expression there. Menashe, you know the story of Menashe. Menashe HaMelech, the Tana, Bet Mechila, the Malchus B'David, the Tana, the Hamayr complained about him. He said, I took him, how they do this stuff. And then he came to him in the dream and he was megala to him a halacha that he didn't know. He tells him in Achmer, he says, so what happened to you? How would you guys, they did that in ways that you can't even imagine. So he says to be quiet, he says, you'd be in my times, you would pick up your line gerekel to run the Ba'at HaMikdash. We don't even understand, just like we don't understand the good taste of the beautiful future. Yeah, we know it means a good piece of watermelon, a $1. What's this Yemaisa Mashiach? This is the Lenin, what you're so excited about this, we don't understand what the beauty of the future, and we don't understand the challenges of the past. Things change, natures change, the Yitzhak changes. But it's Yeravim ben Nevat was not standing yet. What was there? Why did he want? So it explains over there. Chassidus explains. I don't know exactly where the explanation is. That the Yeravim ben Nevat resembled. He represented Avodas Hamayach, the Das, and David was Avodas Halev. Takemes Hamayach Shalom Halev. That's different. And he wanted them Leilach Hachatan Vadas. Mi Baresh. Who's the Iker? What's the main? And that David said, no, the main thing is the Yishai Baresh. And he didn't accept it. The guy, whatever it was, but the reality is that the Matzul after that, again back to Masri, so he had questions. Basically, even the Rebbe, it's not only him. The Rebbe also at the end of the Aleph was complaining that the year went by and it didn't happen. In other words, there was some expectation that Rebbe didn't want that it should go all the way till the end. But on the other hand, one second, if you learn the Rebbe Sikhs properly, which means what does mean Efnat? That's what it means. Efnat means don't close them. And by the way, if you look at the Rebbe Sikhs on the base, even if you close your eyes and you just don't sew them with chicken wire, they're going to pop open in any case because the Sikhs are so powerful. If you learn the Sikha, you see what does the Rebbe say over there? The Rebbe says, "Niskayim divrei hayal k'tzumayim." And a bracha, Shalosh HaMelech HaMashiach Niglabay, which obviously ignorantly or maybe it's justified. We thought it meant the year that Mashiach will come, and no one's going to die, and the candies are going to grow, and so on and so on. Okay, beautiful. It was a good expectation, and we were supposed to anticipate that, and we still should anticipate it now. But it doesn't mean that something didn't happen. What happened? And the Rebbe saying, not my Pirushim, the Rebbe says it's already happened. And what was the Rebbe referring to? The Chura, not only the Chura, because you combine. And the Sikh of Tazriya Matzah, which is the first one that's considered to be how the Rebbe, I say, the plane started to fly. Tazriya Matzah is the first powerful after Chof Av Farbrengen, Shmini and the Zalman was when they announced the team. That was like the real, whatever shot the, I say, the spaceship. So in that sikha, the Rebbe says that Kol kitchen, nicer from Masha Kosa B'Gemara. Because we know that the Gemara also says Kol kitchen. Says the Rebbe nicer from Masha Kosa B'Gemara. So you can't say that the Rebbe is referring to the Gemara. And the Rebbe even gives a date. The Rebbe says, "Befrat b'siyum shel chodesh Nisan Shana Zul." The Rebbe connected with the Persian Gulf War. What happened b'siyum shel chodesh Nisan Shana Zul? And going into Iyar was this whole. What happened when the Rebbe says later, "V'neskaynu divrei hayal t'chumayni shana shemelach haMashiach niglavay," is that Mashiach came his Gala. Something that the Rebbe restricted in the past years. The Rebbe only let it out secretly, was identifying an individual that he's Mashiach. That's something that was supposed to happen. Sooner or later, it was supposed to happen, right? At the end of the day, Mashiach is going to be a person that we're going to know who he is and we're going to point the finger. So, Chassidim, because of the Rebbe, by the way, this whole state, I don't know if that's state, this whole union of identifying the Rebbe as Mashiach is even older than Lubavitch. It exists already. From the Tanoim down through Rishonim. You know, by the way, there's a letter written by 8 to 10 Chassidim, and one of the people signing that letter is, by the way, Yuzeda. You know, not from Sudan, and another Shem Tov too, and a few other people. And I don't remember what the thing. It's a printed letter somewhere. They don't copy it, and it's a letter in Tafshim Lamed Aleph, Lamed Aleph. I don't know exactly what they're writing to that over there, but all I can tell you is that. The title, Kedushas of Melech HaMashiach Lita, is really a title that came into the market, Tafshin Aleph. Prior to Tafshin Aleph, I don't know if you see it today, but not today, it's common by a lot of people. Then Aleph and Beis and Gimel and Dalet, it's common by most, a lot of them, right? But prior to the Aleph, it wasn't common. But you know what, this letter of Tafshin Aleph has Kedushas of Melech HaMashiach Lita. They say that Berkeh Chaim was once by the Rebbe, there were individuals. There's a group of individuals, you have to know this history of Lubavitch, Avraham Paritz, Dusha Moshe Slonim, these names. There was a certain group in Lubavitch that was always, before the era when it was named, always had that group that were they were pushing their luck. And it's very interesting, if you study the whole history, you see that they got their encouragement from the Rebbe, and the Rebbe semi would let it go, but every time there was a setback when there was complaints coming from within. That's the way, it's a whole system, it's endless. There's a whole process where you can see, even like Ron Paris, no one doubts his bond with the Rebbe. Bond, Mamish, Bukusha Be'emes. It wasn't Dafka him, that wasn't such a sophisticated maskil at all. It was an Ish Pashat, so to say, relatively. The Rebbe loves him, there's such ices, the Rebbe uses him. And he's the guy that did something that we didn't even do today. He He hired a plane, what they call a fifer in Israel. Fifer is like a plane that sprays the, not like a closed plane, open plane. So he printed a flyer. So it's a unbelievable. You think about it, in the Chofs in the 60s, he says, Zachinu, in our generation, we have Mashiach, his address is 770 Eastern Parkway. And then there are people that know to say that they never told him to collect it. Yeah, it's true. But no one, they don't say the other part that it really came after complaints, that people complained. Whatever. And also the fact that he himself did it, knowing, obviously you can't blame the Rebbe for everyone's Mishigas. It's true. But you also have to expect that there's a certain level of Mishigas that the Rebbe is semi-years responsible. Like, there's a Meiser in the Gemara and it says that Yoav and Tzriya, by the way, connected to Chof Av, the Rebbe talks several times. You see him he talks about carbonation, that the family that gave carbonation on the Chof Av was a machlokes if it's mishpachas David and mishpachas Yoav. The Rebbe says it can't be machlokes. The families married to each other. It was a Chila family. Yoav and Tzriya was David and Melech. And by the way, Yoav and Tzriya, Chashav Chasid, from David and Melech. What happened in Abraham? He used his own seichel. Nothing. All these lessons. Killing of Shalom wasn't the only problem that he had.
No,
It's
also
only he
killed
started.
Washington,
You remember Adonio?
Yeah, but also he with what's his name? David's teacher.
She would begin.
No, from Michelle's son.
She writes it, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, something with him.
there's a few things. So whatever. So Yevon Tzriya was one of the family that carbonates, okay, whatever. So Yevon Tzriya, once when he went to kill out Amalek, so he also messed up a little bit. And he didn't kill the he didn't kill everyone, whatever, I don't know. So David Melech asked him my eye. So he said that's what he learned from Cheder. He learned Timcha es Zocher. He killed only the Schoen. He says Timcha es Zocher Amalek. Yeah, you have a story.
Yeah.
So David Melech started talking. So that's why I was talking to Cheder. So the teacher, who was the teacher? It says the name of the teacher, I forgot the name. Brought the teacher and then along the Cheder, and he told him my high. So he said that he excused himself at that time. He meant that says that Yoav took out a sword and wanted to kill him. The teacher Mitzad, you have to understand, even Yoav and Tzriya, when they did things, it was all Yoni Halacha. Oisim Malachas Hashem Ramiyah. When you teach, you do something else, whatever. Basically, the fact that he didn't make sure that the Talmudim knew and understood. It's not enough for the teacher just to say it. You have to make sure that Talmudim understand you before you leave go. You have to make sure they understood you. And because he didn't make sure that Yoav Tzriya understood it, so he called him Oisim Malachas Hashem Ramiyah. What I'm trying to say is, when the Rebbe talks, it says it wouldn't be young. The Rebbe knows his crowd. He knows he has Meshuggayim. He knows he has these David Nachtons, and he has these Mosques and Avram Parises. And the Rebbe's not careful. The Rebbe knows how to be careful. What does he say? But the Rebbe didn't know that he's going to heat everyone up for 4 years, 5 years. He's going to put the fire under, burn the fire, and then what does he expect? That everyone suddenly in Gimel Tam is going to become so sophisticated and so mistabel and so. What do you mean? The whole time Yiddishkeit teaches us, don't be disposed from this youngest. You see in the sun, you get stronger. So you understand what I'm trying to say? It's all planned. And even the areas that are not clear, it's all part of the challenge. Because it will be very clear, and there'll be all the big guys will follow the right path, and it will be a challenge. So it's all part of the plan. It's just a pity where Hashem puts, wherever the David doesn't put anyone in the puzzle. But some people they're closer to the wrong part of the puzzle, and if they strong enough, they'll go away from it. But if not, they're part of the puzzle that was supposed to be where they are because they serve as an attraction to the negative side in order to keep the challenge going. That's what I'm saying. If everyone, the Zemaisa that Yosel Good, not Yosel Good, his father, he said once in some assembly, him and Moshe Grona went around to sign Rabbanim. That's Zemaisa who share, what they ever make share. Huh? I knew which one. I knew.
Yeah.
Went together?
Three that went together.
Could be. So I remember he spoke in 770. He spoke in 770, touched an hour. He spoke in 770, touched an hour. And he said an interesting thing that Taka mentioned in the Sikha also, not with all the details that he said, but he says they have told me this. They have told me this, that when Bria Sa'ilam, the Abishta had to make an opposition. Because, like I said, that's that challenge. So the opposition that he made that was Malachim. Why are you creating a... But then when it came to the Gilui Matan Torah, the opposition of Malachim was not valid really anymore. There was opposition of Malachim, but it wasn't strong enough because it evaporated. So he made a new opposition from Bnei Adam. Lama Nikra Shmasina Yoda Sina Lo'elam Goyim. Then he jumps further. He says, "Rebbe told him, came Baal Shem to the world. Goyim wasn't a challenge. Can you imagine all the Galachim against the Malachim? Who cares? The Baal Shem would have conquered the whole Yiddish world, and we've been done already. It wasn't time yet. So the Abish had to make Isnagdus coming from Yidden. Then came the Gilui of the Alter Rebbe. He said the Isnagdus wasn't enough from Yidden, it had to come from Sinan. The Alter Rebbe had the opposition from Sinan. Huh? After whatever it be. So he said, so he finishes off and he says, and now I understand why now this new Gilui of Mashiach The opposition has to come from within. Because otherwise it wouldn't be a challenge. If the whole Lubavitch would have just dashed, we would have been done. And we could have done it. We had the choice not to make the challenge, but we created our own challenges. Because going back to what I said earlier, it's all about the mindset. You tell people davening today is finished. Here's the Torah. It's extra 5 minutes. Rebbe's committed extra 5 minutes. This year, davening is going to be a little longer. Let's start 3 minutes earlier. It's the way you set people's minds. You tell them black boxes and black straps, black boxes, black straps. Mashiach him, Mashiach here. You know, I gotta finish one quick cute story. Talking about Mashiach. Huh? No. That's not what I meant. I mean to say, it doesn't make a difference what you tell the person. You'll do whatever you tell them. So I was saying this. There was a guy. I don't even remember his name, so I'm not even the kind of mitzvah not to go. I don't remember his name, but he's unfortunately a Lubavitcher. Today I was telling the story to another Lubavitcher. I didn't want to tell him it was a Lubavitcher, but it was a Lubavitcher that had a column writer in some Hushman newspaper, and he was mocking the Mishnah. I told him, these guys, some 70, I don't know, maybe told them, I'm not getting into details now. But one thing which is acceptable by everyone, I think, I don't know what goes on in the Rebbe's room, but since I was invited by the Rebbe to do this, I never really went there again, without permission. But I think in the Rebbe's room also, they set a place for the Rebbe. Okay. And the Friedrich Rebbe in his house, the Rebbe always had a plate and a fork and a knife, so it's not such a. Okay, whatever, but he was trying to mock, so he said, they make a place for the Rebbe downstairs, and they clap, and stop me talking about the shvil, I don't know exactly, whatever. Okay. The guy is, this is interesting stuff, he's got to go check it out. He comes to some set, he checks it out, all right. I can see we should go ahead. So he bumps into the right guy, smart guy, and he tells him what it's all about, my friend actually told me this. The guy told me that. This is what you guys do. I couldn't believe it. He says, I want you to tell. Listen, I don't know exactly what to tell you, but I want to tell you something. Your friend, a few weeks ago, on Rosh Hashanah, in the afternoon, he walked over to the river, and he made a prayer. It's funny, he springs over here, and he shakes his sins. Yeah, my friend, sophisticated, normal, nice guy. I can't believe he's that crazy. I'm telling you, find out. And I'll tell you even more. Take it easy. He says a week later he took a chicken and he swung it around his head. That's really funny. Guy's going crazy. And he says, then a few days later he takes this palm tree thing and he goes, ooh, and he shakes it to the directions, up and down and right and left. And I said, enough of me. Okay, so basically, the whole Yiddish guy is modern. No. And believing in Mashiach is not modern. So, yes, make it as nice as you can. Present it as good as you can. Explain it to everyone. The Chachma Bina Vadas Shaloi Breaking of a Skabel. That's a task. That's not an escape gate. How you say? Escape? No, not scapegoat. It's not an escape. Oh, the Rebbe said they it's not Skabel. That's a task. The Rebbe is telling you, don't move till you make your people understand this craziness. Make them understand it. Don't just tell them to believe it, make them also understand it. But if you think about it, every part of Yiddishkeit, it just became, by the way, today, it became normal even by non-Lubavitcher people. They feel very comfortable to get up in the middle of nowhere in the airport and put on tefillin. Because tefillin is no more a funny thing. How did that happen? Because of the time. So, the truth of the matter is, I must be honest, even myself, to get up in the airport and to put on film, you feel a little bit, right? A little bit, you still feel a little bit, but you can't compare it to what it used to be. So, what happened? What happened to the plane? It became normal. It's no more miracle. What happened? Film became normal, mezuzahs became normal. It's all funny things. It's all funny stuff. Mitzvah tanks is acceptable, normal, acceptable. Just name it. So what? So believe in the Rebbe, be careful. Give it another. And by the way, these clips that are circulating, I already started the collection. I have 3 clips already. Of Mishnah talking about Mashiach. And you don't understand that Ad Masai and we are Mashiach now in the MEMS, you guys don't know this, was more controversial than Yechia Melech today. You know that? You know? Look, the Zalman made a collection of all the sikhs in the MEMS. You have like a bunch of sikhs, but the Rebbe is defending. What's he defending? The fact that he says Mashiach now. The Rebbe says now they put it on one of the daily videos. What's the Ma'or? That the Rebbe says to Pinchas Nachum Alta. The Rebbe says, "Ma'or Tainus of me, aber Baruch Hashem, it is zufrieden as Ma'or Tainus of me. Aber so gesagt, as is Mon Mashiach." Today, I have it on my phone. You want to see? I can show you right now. I can send it to show you. I know where they are. I already have there's quite a few, but now I decided to collect them. Look what's going on over here. Not only, I once heard, this goes back already 10 years ago, a extinguished speaker saying, he confessed, he says, I'm confessing that I speak about every topic similar to what I'm going to show you here, another guy. But obviously he didn't mention Lubavitch, but he said, I confess every, and we don't talk about Mashiach, why not? And he says he's confessed. He needs to say, he's not lying that he used to always, like sometimes it's not, now they come along and they say, oh, we did Kira before Lubavitch, yeah? Pretty careful once, by the way, said that. So come on, Zeit, dass wir sagen, und them, und sie werden sagen, sie haben das angeheben. Pretty careful says it. So, but some of them admit that that's something that they got to now, and some of them you mentioned about it. Let's this one is an Israeli one. Okay.
Who was it? Oh, yeah.
I'm sending it to you.
What was that?
Yeah. Hey, take out your phone so you can see that side of town. Guys, Spanish speaker. This is a very popular speaker, I was told. Very popular. I don't know his name, but the guy told me he's a popular one. There's so many of them nowadays, but he's a popular speaker. So I don't know. There's a guy who has a show called H Torah. He's not Misnagid, but he's like not about
Ish Kodesh?
H Kodesh. So his name? So his clip?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, so. And then I had another one. Yeah, race it.
That's that was the one that got him into, he was thinking going into counting or.
Why would you say that? This is why I'm there.
There is 10.
Huh?
Competitions, equal minute competitions. Right?
That's me. You know, nowadays, talking about Chabad or it's impressive. Talking about Ilma Tikkun, the Lubavitch is so advanced in the last 20, 30 years. Very sophisticated. And that basically, those are those kalim, the kalim of internet and the kalim of the Balei Chushim that have ways of expressing. There's so many. We can take this hard topic, and there's ways to explain it. We have the kalim. It's just a pity. Like, what are we waiting for? Like, I don't understand. It's got to happen someday. And the world, I'm telling you that. First of all, I want to tell you, I heard a recording. I have it's a tape from at least 15, 20 years ago. It's playing around somewhere. Who knows if I'll ever find it. Avadi Yosef came to speak in Shari Tzion. Shari Tzion is the big Sephardic here in Flatbush. And a guy was introducing him, a real, those days were like real, what happened to Sephardic the father were okay with us. And then the mix of the Sephardim and the Shach and all that stuff, it created a whole new sick element. Well, so this guy,
Deal in Lakewood came very close.
yeah. So this guy is introducing about this. You wouldn't believe the guy learned the Maim of Atat. He learned the Maim. That's the only credit I give him. He was wording the Maim on Avad Yosef. Man, he Moshe. Who did the speak about Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe, so this even Chabad. It's a chiddush of the Rebbe. That's how another Indian. How the Rebbe started to talk about all these young because it's the time for it. But it always existed, but it never was spoken about. He's introducing Avad Yosef as the Moshe Rabbeinu of the generation, and he goes on saying how the same Lubavitch, the way Lubavitch always talks about the Rebbe, that in Russia and in Thailand and this, that. So he finds in Avad Yosef how he took care of the Ethiopian. He's in Israeli talking in English. He took care of the Ethiopian Jews and also a lot of Russian Jews. They asked him a question. He was finding ways how to magnify Avad Yosef as Avad Yosef was a big London, So he doesn't help his time. He can't even hold himself back. You can see how he's pushing it. He says, and we have the zechut to have tonight with us Mashiach, Chacham Avad Yosef. I'm blown away. Yeah, the Sephardim Ashayach did, but it looks like that it didn't pick up. So I only heard it once. But what I'm saying is, I'm telling you, we don't wake up quick. They're going to start naming someone. I'm telling you. And then we're really going to see, so it's acceptable to name someone.
Sarah Taylor, what do you mean?
What?
Sarah Taylor came yet?
Yeah, they haven't called Mashiach.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Some Spartans will sing a song about Rabbi Levi
Could be, yeah. And even Kazakhstan, because I want to tell you, because Chabad.org and etc. don't do it in a proper way, so they let it be hijacked by people that are cool. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I know, but it's okay. Let's not talk about the fact that they woke up eventually. Baruch Hashem. No, there I did something already a few years ago also. But I'm telling you, I'm in this business for a long time, and I can tell you the whole reason why everyone looks at the negative part and say, oh, it's split. But they don't understand that for the first 10 years, how much we tried. They don't understand. Look, if you're a historian, you can get a hold of all the what do you call the tafniyah? How do you call tafniyah? The agenda. You will see. Forget about the fact that they purposely don't put 130 as a whatever. I'm not going to get into that. It's another terrible thing. 130 It should have made it, an official thing. Even though they have the complications of being mixed with Christian, but they got to find they have to twist it around. It shouldn't be 130. It shouldn't be this. But that's not the issue. You won't find the word Mashiach none of the sessions at all for at least a decade. And that's why the Tinas had to make that one of the major reasons. And that eventually they cut. You can't. How do you say? You can't sell you can't sell the product. The Babbage, in the end of the day, it's stupid. You can't be a Babbage without Mashiach. So Baruch Hashem, unfortunately, it took so much time and still going too slow. So now it came back in, and now you have concessions, and you have people that are demanding it. As soon as I'm the first guy, I'm part of the Alakinas. I'm the first guy. As soon as everything comes together, then there'll be no reason to hold two separate Kinos. Huh?
The singer Joey Newcomb or something. The song you need to be Chabad, want Mashiach, but you need to want Mashiach to be a Yid.
That's exactly what this guy.
You don't need to be Chabad to want Mashiach.
Yeah, that one.
And what you need to do what?
It was all about wrestling, but
Well, it's just unfortunate. But it's gonna happen.
you don't need to be in Umat HaRashon, but you have to be HaRashon for all.
Oh, Uman, yeah. I wish Polish Mashiach comes up to me on Gimel Tammuz, the Muncie, and this guy had a lot of tact. He says, "You look great today. Today is the Rebbe's yard site. Do something big. Surprise me. You have a credit card. I have a credit, whatever." He's like, "Do something big." And then he looks over my shoulder and he says, welche Meimelen? Savas, that thought making stupid, right? That's the one thing it doesn't speak about. Okay. He went up to every Lubavitcher. Honor of Gimel Thomas. Surprised me.
They probably know all the yard sites.
Of course, you have no one else to talk.
By the way, talking about Tachlin, I don't know exactly what the Chabad do, but Gimel Tammuz, mitzad the Lubavitcher minhag, darf you say Tachlin on the yard side? I don't know. Do guys say Tachlin on Gimel Tammuz? Huh?
There's a book, it's written by Talmudic and Kabbalistic.
Gimel Thomas is not talking anyways because of Chof Av Farbrengen.
Right, but that was never an official date. It was never an official date. The part is that it never says even that if you ask that the simmer chain the regesh. In other words, if you don't consider it a Yom Geula, it's a different word. It comes out to be if you don't consider it a Yom Geula, then simmer chain the regesh. Understand? B'chlal, fact that Gimel Tammuz, huh?
It's a big debate. When 13 years ago, Gimel Tammuz, I was here at the time. And I was battling at Isle. And I did the conference. And was
Thank God he's here
one
today.
today he won the Rosh Medallion. And he was with the group. And here we go. Shook us. And he dashed that.
This is exactly what I'm saying. I didn't know this. I wasn't sure. So that means simmer chain the regesh. It means a person doesn't have it. It's unbelievable. The lotion that they ever use is a very unusual lotion. Why would they never say such a thing? They never say yes, no, place. I don't know. Or could they never say totally? He says totally beheaded, but they never go further. And he says, "Kibbutz Shashoyel simmer chain le." You understand? They never say a point that the
You say Tachlis before Gimel Tammuz touching about say Tachlis Gimel Tammuz. Why would that?
I did not.
Unless
say
all I can say
Tachlis.
is I can be allowed to listen to this guy and say that maybe he's not aware of this act. Could be, maybe, I don't know. Like today, everyone knows that. But listen. The fact that Gimel Tammuz, whatever happened to Gimel Tammuz, and Gimel Tammuz stuff from the Daled happened to Gimel Tammuz, that alone should shake us up. They never prepared. You understand? You have to believe in Hashgacha Pratis. Just a drop. By the way, when did it ever really begin? The Sturm of Gimel Tammuz, Tafshin Chai, not Mamish. You never really wrote about it before. The Kochen Gimel Tammuz is the Rebbe's oath. It's the Rebbe's chiddush. That Gimel Tammuz, we have to be chaygi Gimel Tammuz in a way more than Yudis Tammuz. It's the Rebbe's account. But the device, the Shalom Poizner, Shvez father, he approached those days, the Rebbe from Rein, Shabbos Mevarchin, Tafshin Chai. Those years, Shabbos Mevarchin, and Yudis Tammuz, Shabbos, that's about it. Shabbos Kerev Gimel Tammuz, Tafshin Chai is not really a day for Rein. But that Shabbos, there was 3 Chsan. 3 Chsan in Tafshin Chai was a big amount. And also the relationship, talk about the relationships with the Rebbe Chassidim. So, some people find that the first decade was the relationship was more like Abba Ben. That was very, it was the Kiddushin and all that stuff. That was what the Bachim was very, that's what it is. So, it was a good way, a good excuse to be able to ask the Rebbe to think of a bringing 3 Chsanim, 1 Shabbos. One of them was Geshem Mendel, his son-in-law. So he asked the Rebbe after the Rebbe was to bring him. We call it Drak Samim. So the Rebbe said, Drak Samim? Gimel Tammuz. In other words, the Rebbe accepted it, but the Rebbe emphasized that it's because of Gimel Tammuz. And then the Rebbe spoke. That's when the Rebbe started to speak. This whole thing of Gimel Tammuz. Listen to the ICS. What's the ICS? It's Mughal because the Rebbe spoke it several times, including Gimel Tammuz and Allah. The Rebbe says that the Chatchila hat man nicht gewusst, what this is. Nicht gewusst. Right? Gimel Tammuz touching Tafresh Bezai, they didn't know. And the Rebbe says, nicht gewusst is good. Efter noch ärger. And you be Thomas is buried the one of the Mafreya. I just give him a salt of the Gula. So you're dealing over here with a date that the Chatchila, and even though by us it's not like that, because by us we do know even now because of the Rebbe's Nevuah, but in Indian, Gimel Tammuz comes across as something negative, and you're waiting for a point where it's going to be this battle of Afreya. That's, you know what I'm saying? So just the fact that the Rebbe uses these ices about Gimel Tammuz, and the Rebbe is the one that makes the whole story of Gimel Tammuz. Sidon didn't, Gimel Tammuz is a stage in the process. So they no, that's the main. That's one of the, in a way, it's even a greater stage to give his Tammuz because it was in the Negeh that Rebbe's level. Then take the fact that Gimel Tammuz is the Hepech HaChaim Lachayim. Dafka on the day, which is Hepech HaChaim Lachayim, happens in Indian that seems to be Fakir. So isn't that indicating to us that no, it's, and there's another lashon on the on Gimel Tammuz and Aleph, we'll get to see on the first page. The Rebbe says, would have Chas V'Sholom been the Hepech HaChaim by the Frierdiker Rebbe, it would have jeopardized and put in Sakana the whole Apotzos Mayonis by Yad Schutza. Now let's read those words backwards. Now that we have, now, not Nudal now it's already, unfortunately, Tafshin Pei. And Apotzos Mayonis Schutza is beaming, right? Yeah? I mean, it's not because of Moshe Keklasky with all respect, but you respect the fact that it's unbelievable. But the Rebbe in that Sikha is Megala that if Gimel Tammuz would have been Hepech HaChaim at the Frierdiker Rebbe, there would have been no Apotzos Mayonis. No Moshe Keklasky would have helped, and no Chatzafegins, and no one. It would have been Uis, right? So read those words backwards. So says you B'chaim and not B'chaim. Okay. So really, like I told this friend, the guy that was bugging the other day, I like it when they start asking, but they don't ask because they don't care. That's the worst, And if you start asking, that's why I want to tell you. By the way, I'm not necessarily holding Yichi Yamuk is a presentable thing, honestly. And I talked to him the first couple of years, didn't really wear Yichi Yamuk, but not no. Swar Lakan. But someone put it on me by Farbrengen. I didn't have the guts to take it off. The Achas Man, I paid attention. That's an unbelievable thing. I walk in the street to buy bread. Ich tu banished. Yeah? I'm already being faked. Maybe it's Mashiach. Doesn't make a difference. Even if people laugh, it's also okay. There's a message that says, David HaMelech said, Samachti, but Emrim Yibes Hashem Neilech. But David HaMelech had Pesnagim just like all any other big guy. And they used to tease him. They knew that he can't build the base of Mikdash. So he says, no, when we get into the base of Mikdash, it's a message. David HaMelech says, Samachti. But Emrim Yibes Hashem Neilech. Abib is not going into the base of Mikdash. So even, but the thing is, it triggers off people to ask you questions. So if I go to the store to buy something, and I'm a regular guy, no one's going to think about the shit, no one's going to talk about it. And tell myself, what did I accomplish today? Punish. They say, used to say, why does a soldier have a head? In order to hold a gun. Why does a chassid have a car? They have a place to put a bumper sticker.
Yes.
Why do I have a head? To wear just a regular nice fancy blue yarmulke? I'm sorry, I didn't mean you personally. I'm here to do something. So, okay, it has its consequences, but it's worth it. I'm telling you, I say Pashtazah. Okay, I on the other hand, I say you don't have to go like an idiot with these big gigantic letters. It's Michigan enough. So keep it. I just explained this. So this guy approaches me talking about this subject. So what was I saying about Gimel Tammuz or something? But
the reason you started wearing is someone put it on and you didn't have the guts to take it off.
Like that, yeah. And then La'achas Man, I always debated man because I do. I didn't debate the Emunah. Like I told you earlier. No, the Rebbe didn't say you have to wear Yichi Yamuk. The Rebbe said you have to wear Yichi Yamuk, then hopefully no one would debate it. But so that's why it is a place to argue about it. And there's plenty of Mishkas that don't wear it. And they think it's good for kids. I can accept it. I agree. You understand? But I'm saying you without knowing the Klal, I don't like people that are zicher in everything that they do. Once you're zicher, and for sure, I always think every time I give out a publication, look, the material says I gave out a publication called Principles. You can kick off, I don't have enough money, whatever. But five magazines. And it was hard for me, but I didn't put the key on the magazine because it was intended for flappish people. But my goal was that they should get to the issue. It's not that I gave up the issue. My goal was that they should get it, that's why I didn't put it on. Understand? So, and I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if I'm wrong, and I don't know if I'm right. But I'm just trying to say the thought. I was once talking with these talking to them, with the dad, the bar clock, whatever, with the big flags and halacha. Also, in every detail, you can, within every detail, you can try hard to make it as presentable as you can. Take even flag, yeah. The flag itself actually happens to be a very powerful symbol. But what made it very awkward? The fact you go with 20 of them and massive thing, you know what I'm saying? You have to make it, think about it. So I was telling this book, I said, listen, when a guy goes into open heart surgery with the knowledge and with the, he learned, he has shimush in the doctor, and he fails, he's not a criminal. But if a guy walks into surgery and has no knowledge, even if he was lucky, he's still a criminal. He might not be killed because he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't get killed. He's still a criminal. When you go without thought, without preparation, it's a criminal. You can't. You have to think, and you're not always right, and that's why there's say it out. It's about taking that very hard message and toiling to make it work. And even if you're wrong, it's okay. You're not to be wrong. As long as you have the foundation that you want to do the right thing, it's okay to be wrong sometimes. But if you don't have the foundation and you want to do the right thing, you just have the foundation. I want to do what I want. That's the problem. But I didn't come over here to preach the problems of self-assembly. I'm just trying to explain to the Kuda that it goes both ways. One way takes it, and they just do both won't do what they want. That's the word. Both are not doing the Roxan. It's about, what it is. Rebbe actually told Ben Teshem Tov. Believe it or not, Ben Teshem Tov was he was a Shem Tov at the end of the day. You don't remember it, but he was a Shem Tov, but he was devoted. He didn't have yeshes. Even him, the Rebbe told by Farbrengen, I don't know exactly what the Pshut shall make, what exactly was the Rebbe was talking about, but it's a message. It's in the Farbrengen, and you can hear it. So the Rebbe told him, Ben Teshem Tov was long l'chaim. The Rebbe was telling a lot of people. The Rebbe was shooting. You know what I mean? It was a real. You ever heard Purim Tashchai? That's why I tell everyone you can't translate these things. You know what I mean? So the Rebbe says there's other Chaim, only even talking about me complex. Battle in the training, only even talking about me complex. What was he busy? I don't know exactly what the thing, but he was doing the Rebbe's beyond him. The problem is that in his level, whatever, sometimes you do the Rebbe's in young him, but it should be the Rebbe. For example, a bacher that decides to do Miftaim in the middle of Seder. That was on so he's doing the Rebbe's in young, but he's not doing the Rebbe. And the famous trick of the Yitzhahara. How do you know when it's a Yitzhahara? If he looks like a chassid? Well, it depends when he's coming. If he tells you to do chesed, which is not an emergency, but to do some type of chesed in the middle of davening or learning, he tells you to learn instead of doing whatever. So, it's not only about doing the inyan, it's about doing it the way that everyone wants. So everyone's doing the Rebbe's inyan, more or less. But we're doing it the way we want it, the way we understand it, the way we feel comfortable. That's these guys are doing it in a wild way because they're wild people. And they don't care about what the Rebbe wants. They care, obviously, again, it's relatively, they care about what they want. Yeah, I'm always told as a speaker, don't say what you want to say what the people have to hear. Not that I experience it so, not that I practice it so well, but that's the Nakuda. The Nakuda is told was Madar. We did have a will. And then the Olam side is doing what's easy. This brings in money. This doesn't hurt my money. You think the Chinam, in the Kinnas HaShluchim, the whole nigla part of the Kinnas HaShluchim Sikha is a murder Gezach. The Rebbe talks about Shavchin, he goes there and back. Was it a Shavchin or a Shliach? That's the whole point. You know why? Because a Shavchin, and Eliezer, regardless, a Shavchin never doesn't look bad about the Shavchin. He just tells you a Shavchin is a different position. He works for himself. And by the way, Shavchin is a famous Rosh Davis, which is not a main of Rosh Davis, because the Alter Rebbe mentions it and explains it. What's a sheker? Play around a little bit. I always say I have my own conversation. And why could the Shavchin lie about the girl, the boy? a Muslim through the miles because he's lying to a liar. But was wer dir angeredet, du bist through the miles? That is through the miles. You know what I mean? So, Shadchan, unfortunately, unfortunately, a lot of people that quote unquote are in this position of Kiro, and they coach with him. But what's really nail the raglam is the Shekadeva Kesem Leifel. I can't say the full truth because it's going to affect my family, right? So when it came to me, Yehudi, or things like Shtachim, or some of their people played around a little bit. Yeah, when they ever said he doesn't want the children to do it, so something else. But otherwise, there's a lot of things that he never does and he messes up our fundraising, right? Okay. So when it came to Mashiach, they never semi-left it. I don't know really if they ever left it really unclear. I think it's quite clear, but whatever it is. But the bottom line is, what's the focus? Sure, money is important, and money is stuff here, and we need money. But we here that ever brought us to another step, another challenge. Are you going to be a shliach, which is bottled in tears? Well, there's two parts in the shliach that ever says. Dafka Matthias Latzmai, and then after he's a Matthias Latzmai, he's Mavatas Matthias Latzmai. I always say that part is the easiest. The one part which is Matthias Latzmai, that's beautiful, that's easy. You be Mavatas Matthias Latzmai, that's the hard part. So you owe your shliach or your shadchan, and that's why everyone keeps going there and back. And yes, shliach, shadchan, shliach, shadchan. Who did he work for? You understand? So the work is that we, again, it's for ourselves. I'm doing what's best for me. This works good. Let's say you have a variety. They never gave a seres of which are not really called anymore seres of it's all included in the one miftah. But we has to say so. We has to say it's not that you get. It's not numbered as 10 anymore. And by the way, this is incredible. I wanted to study this a little bit more, but the Rebbe, ever since Mitzrayim started, I think the Rebbe never missed the Farbrengen to mention seres of Mitzrayim. You know that the Rebbe stopped. Why did he stop? He got tired. The Rebbe started. It's out there. Like Moshe Rabbeinu, the whole Koran. He talks pratim, and then he gets to a certain point where he talks follows. The Rebbe started to talk in Yonim Tolim. First, there was base Mikdash Ma'at, base Chabad, that every person should make his own home, a Mishkan Hashem. Then it was Hakel, and then whenever the Shmuel became Mashiach, they never stopped mentioning Mitzrayim, which indicates that it's not a seres, not that the Mitzrayim has to come. On the contrary, they get stronger, but it's not numbered anymore as a separate unit. And therefore, if it doesn't have the connection to Mashiach and Chodor, the last one is Chodor, then it's not Karmi Shali. It's not anymore the Rebbe's Inyan. It's a if a person wants to make what the Rebbe wants, then you should make about children, you should wear tzitzis, and one thing it is that. But there's never a mitzvah to go out and get people wear tzitzis, right? The person does mitzvah tzitzis. So A, it's not Karmi Shali, B, sometimes it can be in the way. Let's say, in the midst of, remember mitzvah secretary a little bit? Oh, that was like a wild campaign. Like, they had cars with Sefer Torahs on top of it, Remember those cars, maybe? 6 cars were going around for weeks. And I remember I was a Mara stop, something that they never did by any mitzvah. We went from door to door in villages in New Jersey that no one ever visited. Sefer Torah was, and stands and things like that. You imagine a guy comes in front of a Sefer Torah stand, and he makes a massive tefillin stand right in front. Yeah. Now this tefillin is not tzitzis. I mean to say it's a mitzvah of the Rebbe. Okay. And anyone that did mitzvah Sefer Torah always had a pair of tefillin. But what I'm trying to bring out is when you put a massive stand and you're announcing tefillin, whatever reason you have, you're blocking the Sefer Torah stand. Not only you're not doing the inyan, the tzavashah, but you're in a way also disturbing. And so when you blow up other inyanim to block the tzavashah, and this is not stam tzavashah, the Rebbe said, it's not stam shar. All the mitzvahs were called shar. This is shar achi klali v'achi ikri. There's so much, but for the Rebbe, that doesn't make sense that it became such a setback. Something so weird over here, and such a mice of something. In the memes, the Rebbe used to talk about the Mashiach, and the Mashiach. The Rebbe, more than once, the Rebbe said this in a sarcastic. I don't like to use that word on the Rebbe, but I say sarcastic way. The Rebbe said, "Yeah." Unfortunately, today, There are some shluchim who don't even do that. That's how bad it got, unfortunately. They don't even do that, but the Rebbe was mocking the way I'm saying it's not going to do. What's the table? What happened over here?
They're not perfect.
Yeah, but come on, not perfect is not a parent. We have to. We're supposed to storm the world. Yes, we got hit with a massive, I always think about this pasuk in Peites and Tilim. Peites is a period of Tilim, but they say that Nessus Agdela wants them to take it out. Because it's half of Peites is very sharp. Half of Peites is like promised, and you did it, and instead, you know what I mean? You look at the last two pages. And so one of the psukim over there is so sharp. I always think about Gimel Tammuz. It's such a description of Gimel Tammuz. Harimaisa Yemid Tzarav Yismachta Kol Evo. You, the Eibishter. That's what the Moshe is saying. You raised the right hand of his enemies, and you made all his enemies happy. That's what happened to Tammuz. That's a smack. That's not a smack. That's a real zetz. But what are we supposed to do with that? Zetz fall? Or fight back? So what happened? The real tragedy of Gimel Tammuz is not what people call, because you know what? If anything, the derech hateva. You ever heard the expression? We might use it as a shliach. Unfortunately, you have different types of people, different types of levites, right? Now you have a levite never have a kid dies. You have a levite of a 50-year-old. You have a levite of an 85-year-old, right? 90-year-old. So they say that a kid dies, and 20, 30, it's a tragedy. When a 60-year-old dies, painful. It's not a tragedy, right? Painful. And if it's natural or whatever. And when a 90-year-old dies, there's another word in between. I forgot. There's like 3 different levels. Because then, unfortunately, I must tell you that Gimel Tammuz, people that think that they passed away all the time, that's such a tragedy. Happens to all people. Happens to all tzaddikim. Yeah, all the tzaddikim lived a lot less than they have all their life. What's the tragedy? The man is not. By the way, the Rebbe took off. He was very angry. Once he took money from the shop. The Rebbe took off his messias from all the mice in Israel. Took off his official messias. That was upset. And then someone was placed. One of the mice tried to ask for it back, and they never mentioned. They say it was like saying. Never says this mice is doing very well for quite a few years. Plays top without my messias. In other words, in a way they were saying, what do you need it for? Without you, so to say. That's what I'm saying. Whatever. The main point is that the real tragedy of Gimel Tammuz is that the Mashiach. That's the Rebbe. That's the Rebbe. The Rebbe so-called went away from the scene in order that we should be able to do the 2000s again. In the literal sense, we didn't do it till Gimel Tammuz. So after Gimel Tammuz, it became that. In other words, you have to, if you have a little bit of the minimum that's expected from the chassid, then we see it. Gimel Tammuz look, even Chabad Shvat, they never said it's a shlav. Not that I understand exactly why, but it's a shlav in the Gula. So Koshkin Gimel Tammuz. So that's the way to look at it. The way to look at it is it's a shlav. The shlav is seemingly available like it says in the last page of Atat Tzava, right? Atat Tzava good enough to know that stuff is not mentioned there. It says Mili Mashamayim, it includes everything. But it says that way to in the last couple of lines. That's the toughness. That everyone wants to see us so-called. What does Havay Devukah? It's like remote control. Sure, you have to be connected, but it's Kivayachal, you're doing it yourself. That you don't have the Rebbe going. You know how it goes, huh? And then the singing goes higher. Then it goes down. There we go. Yeah. That's the way everything worked. They never gave a push. They never gave a scream. They never gave a niggin. They never gave a tzvadal. They never gave a smile. Says the Rebbe, now pure akar chatzmei. I gave you what I gave you. Right now, I want to see how it's going to work. Okay. The Rebbe can be clear. It's true. I don't talk so much. I'm doing so much kindness there. The Rebbe can be very proud of us. It's true. But on the other hand, where do we go? what would it become now? Competition with Asia? And what Asia has more money than us, then they're going to beat us? Well, it was supposed to be a whole different breed.
Too much stuff.
Huh? Too much nuts. Too much nuts. It's good to have a lot of das if you know how to use it. Yeah, okay, look. I gotta go, and you gotta go also. You have work tomorrow. You mean Chaim? You can drive me?
Yes.
I still go.
Huh?
I still go.
I told him in the beginning I don't like that.
That's professional. He's organized. Huh?
No, I can take both together. So I don't. My brain is still big enough for that. But no, the reason I don't like the person because
It's the Dover Moss to begin with.
yeah, I don't like them both. That's what I like to answer. And if anything, white is I also from Malone. Not this one. No, no, I say it was from no, but they never said. They never didn't say that Russian. They never said that they were giving all different types of mashka. You know, they never giving mashka. But when you know every shliach in the pula, so everyone came with a different interesting bottle, and then they also used to come up to the line that every something to be 10, 20, whatever. And everyone wait for his bottle. And then there was another issue that people used to be machir. They never used to mashka. I don't know exactly what happened. I know one thing. They ever announced. I think it was Vayakil. I'm not sure. They ever announced that we have together. And when they want to bring all different types of mashke, the einzige mashke was from Farbrengen is the mashke was all event. That's a smith. That didn't say the word smith, but
What about
this is the early generation.
My Zayda, he likes mixing Suriname and American.
Yeah, because it goes together, not because it happens to go together. It's not a whiskey. That's fine.
when you mix them, it tastes
Tastes like good.
Whatever it is.
Never good.
Okay.
a shot.
You would have told me in the beginning.
Let me see. Oh,
You didn't tell the secret.
And tell this, it's the intel, everyone can just see.
Yeah, that's the secret step.
huh?
What's secret?
I haven't drank that since the Shiva.
That's it. Last day in gold. Last night in gold.
Not either.
Not the night crash.
This part of the night. Let me not eat. The fact.
Huh?
The fact. The part of the night. Already when it goes.
It's the last full night in gold.
No, I didn't say full night.
It's not night. It's not full night. No.
Wait, wait, wait.
I look at him.
I hear you have some beef with the guys downstairs in 770. I see they were quite on you with the Zigna Ami who Portable Town was Sein Other. They were saying that Zigna Ami who Zigna Ami is
No. Now.
I heard you see tonight.
I never looked. I actually did it myself. I never heard it sometimes. It don't seem like it
By
sometimes.
every rally, Portable Town, every rally we saying.
Yeah. But I'm saying I never heard this in the guy from sometimes.
Yeah.
I did it on my own. I just like it because it's a higher note. But also, I don't think it's the type of Indian that can be medayed. But I think
To me, I always think about Zigna Ami. Let's not change it. Zigna
it's more
Ami.
levity. That's it. How do I go?
Zigna Ami, but originally was Zigna.
I understand, but that wasn't something that could be awful. Oh, by the way, talking about
No, I always joke around. I say, you see which guys are here, which.
I never in 770 they don't sing it like I sing. They sing it like you sing.
No, they don't sing Zigna.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
You know what? Tomorrow morning, go online at 10:35 on 770 live. You live.
They sing Zigna. I'm telling you.
I didn't
You
hear it.
guys.
I never heard it. But however, talking about tones of legal and very interesting. Yeah, they have that since this year. In certain places, it's unbelievable. It's also negation. I'm not talking about the change of the word, what the tone. Olay, molay, 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 menashe, molay, menashe, olay, molay, molay. That's because she has a olay, molay, molay, molay. Olay, molay, 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 menashe. It's a higher tone. Whatever loves it. Olay, molay, molay. She won what? By the way, for the Shimona story, I always learned from Shah that the importance of, I mean, even not the Seichel and Chosim, the way to be, but the Havai Chacham and Tzitha, the importance of Dafka about to do. That's the way I educate my children about yeah.
You
Because,
said before about the Sion Mishpat Mother, it wasn't allowed to.
yeah, okay, here and there you had camp
songs also.
Also, the characters,
Yeah.
no, some Nigunim made, okay, sometimes you have Nigunim outside that made it in, or Malar Hashem. But the Chlolos, listen, it's not right? The Chlolos, there's a lot of other Nigunim in place, Yifrach B'Yama, or things like that, but this is what the Rebbe says by Sheyivon. At least a part of it is not. The relatively, but however, no, you have relatively that they make it into 770, they make it into the Rebbe, because that's where they originally belong. And there's something that just don't make it in.
We say like Holy March.
Holy March is Mamish in the Bible or French March. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about even the good that Siddim some bring in. Sometimes they catch the state, and sometimes they don't catch it. Take for example, the Rebbe speaks of a fellow, it's like Goyshe Israeli, I don't know. He didn't make it up. I don't think so. But the one that really introduced the 770s is Chof Av Farbrengen, he is. Huh? Yeah, but he was like a figure from Sandy. You know what happened? You saw by the way, he touched him and thefts, like coffers. He was pushing like everyone. And they never went like this, they never took out his handkerchief. And they never like, they was like, showed him on his head. They never went like this. They never went through his hand. That was through his hand. Unbelievable story. So I heard it, the kids were later talking, wow, I'm gonna get it. You know, he was talking about who's gonna get it by the Yerusha. So the says, no one's getting it, it's going in with me. And Kachava, that year he had a stroke and died. Unbelievable story. Huh? Sure? It was a fresh thing that he just said. He said it just a few months before. So kids are so he introduced it. He used to get shit every single day. He said that was half shaker. No, he made kiddush after shabbos. And he used to chat to the Rebbe. It's such a pity there's no recordings. We used to say stuff, and the Rebbe was delayed. The Rebbe used to answer him, all different things. One episode I just happen to know, but there's tons of stuff. He tells the Rebbe, he's not feeling so good. So the Rebbe says to him, so why didn't you go to Dr. Weiss? He'll take care of you. So he says, it's a shaker. The Rebbe says, what is? He said, I'm not young, Tim, you know, for me $50. So the Rebbe says, no, where the shaker? And one time, one time, huh? No, one time, Simchas Torah was on Friday, and he was snooping and hacking a cup, and they never told him, like there was something like, leave me alone, it's Erev Shabbos V'Reish. Interesting, Simchas Torah. But the clown was, so he, after he took a drink, and after the covers, he used to carry the Sefer Torah, he used to help him. He was a little bit busier, so he started this minhag. He liked this song. He's a Russian peasant, and he loved this Rabbi Shlita.